I'm alive?
Oh, that is the question, isn't it?
Yes.
What is even really alive?
Who knows? But otherwise, hi everybody. Good morning. Welcome back to another session of Orphaned Honor. Today is one of those mornings where we're going to kind of take it a little bit slow until the point we no longer can because they're being chased by dinosaurs.
Yep.
What do you mean they're being chased by dinosaurs? I don't know. Why doesn't someone tell me?
I am Talsat, son of stone, and we are about to attack the campaigners' fortress. I'm sorry, I got very mixed up. I thought I was a dinosaur hunter.
Wrong game.
When we
Wrong game.
That's not core, that's Turok.
Anyway, so when we last left off, we spent breakfast at the orphanage, Fate's Edge, and Core had a scene early on. Oh, there he is. Oh no, the sneeze. Core had a scene with Nobody involving his necklace, and a lot of just questions. Oh hey, well, reverberation. I did it. I've become two people, like cider. So he had a scene with the last one we haven't really talked to. I think I know there's a bunch of others, but I think he's the one of the big ones. After doing more core personal things, we had breakfast and discussed what our plan of action was going to be after finding out, the information from Hatner about like where he scattered the children to hide from the hag, picking a bunch of different locations here in order to do that. I'll open my character sheet because I actually took notes.
Whoa.
Wow. Player taking notes
Wow.
here. Don't trust the elf. Anyway. Uh we had the Octopush Arena. I still read that as Octopus Arena. Where that's at the 4th district. We have a way in there, but we have to wait until 2 p.m. before we can do that. Preya is supposed to be there. In one of the utility rooms on a campus in the 5th district. Corpus or Corbish is there, and we decided to pursue that lead first, considering he's one of the meeker ones. In the northwest of the city, in the Fishers Ward, between districts 8 and 9, is Ellery, and we've been told that she could probably hold out the longest, probably. And then we have the Green Ward Slums, which is more to the south, and that's where Leal is. We're probably going to be going for her next as we kind of make our way around, trying to find each of these kids. We ended up getting into the campus through not the use of a disguise, but through Estella's connections there, which proved to be exceptionally handy, as she put the magic on George Clooney, senior evocationist of the College of Evocation. Definitely someone who seems to be very skilled. We used his connections to try to find out what was happening here, and he was surprisingly amicable. I don't really know too much about his details, but I definitely think I would like to see more of that character and his complicated relationship with Estella. As oh boy, is that got some questions?
Mr. Xavier White is his name.
Yeah, Mr. Xavier White. I did not take his name. I'm just gonna call him George Clooney, though, considering what we put in the chat for his artwork.
Not sponsored by George Clooney.
Not sponsored by George Clooney. He's actually Xavier White, not George Clooney. Anyway, so Mr. White was able to help us locate where Hatner was through the use of the most powerful evocation spell in the game, Sending. And was able to get Hatner to respond, and Hatner or not Hatner, Corbish, to respond, and found out that he had gone to Dinosaur Island, and we were like, "What's that?" And he proceeded to bring us to a door that he opened up, and I think most of us were just like, we probably should kill whoever made this. So he then was like, "Now I have class to do that." And not one of us thought to basically be like, "Hey, can you cancel class?" Like suddenly, just tell them like you're hungover or something like that. Child's life is at risk, but nah, we're too we're too strong for that. And I think that's summing it up. There were lots of shenanigans here along the way.
The reason he couldn't come with us is because he's forbidden from interfering with other people of his level's work.
No, I like
Correct.
my idea better. Yeah, that is the actual reason that I forgot about. But hey, I mean, I'm also eating a sandwich. This is what I'm mostly focusing on. My note taking was a little bit more on the light side last session. So he's forbidden from interfering with other people's work. He won't go in with us, and we don't know exactly how big this place is. It's modeled off a. I actually don't remember what this is, and I probably should have taken notes on this considering it's a place in the world, but I know Yelena said that she passed by it on her way here to Galiath. A country that is very, or at least an area of the world that's pretty savage, where these creatures are normally found, and this is supposed to be like a simulation of that type of environment. And I think we left off as we were about to go inside.
Mm-hmm. Anybody have anything else they want to add to that?
I'm good.
Oh, we lost all respect of Hatner on the way here.
Hey, how did that happen? Remind us.
Because we also have no idea what we're doing, and he expected us to have an idea what we were doing.
Yeah, that's right. He thinks that we're a bunch of incompetent clowns because we are.
Yep.
The
The harshest
I
truth.
disagree. This clown has people she knows. I disagree.
Hatner has used the ability Ugly Truth.
She also
actually-
is the new sponsor for chicken chips. I don't know about I don't know about incompetent.
Are we here to get a mascot? Is this what we're actually here for?
Oh, please no.
I mean, dinosaurs are supposed to have feathers. We're about to find out what kind of dinosaurs the DM actually likes.
Many.
Can't wait for us to train a Stegosaurus using chicken chips or something.
When we find a chicken dinosaur, and we'll call it the chickening.
All right. Actual business. Corey, you have 3 points to start with this session. Because don't forget, you guys are level 5, which means your inspiration point cap goes up as well with your proficiency bonus. Yelena, take 1 point as well. Unless if you have extra, kudos. If you don't, you get a point from assisting in the revelry.
I
care
did
about
it.
detail. Otherwise, you are in the lower floors of the Hall of Conjuration in the 5th District, standing in a small cube-shaped room with a large pane of glass on one wall, where through you see a wild and fantastical place, filled with large, scaled, occasionally feathered reptiles. And somewhere through the door, next to this large window, Corbish, the young orcish boy that you've been searching for, has found himself in a terrible predicament, lost somewhere within that Jurassic world. Not officially sponsored. Is there anything you guys want to do prior to opening the door and stepping into what is certainly going to be an interesting scenario?
Cora asked out loud, do you think these things have a good sense of smell?
I wouldn't say they don't.
Anyone wants to make a nature check, you can certainly try to find out.
How do you think they taste?
Like chicken. Big chicken. Hold on. Do we have like a shitting on that bag of holding? Damn.
I don't think you could have fit entire one of those scaly things into your bag.
Not with that attitude.
Jeez.
Anyway, Stellar and Core, just with enough knowledge of more native reptiles, not all of them can have a keen sense of smell, and frequently many of them do not. They are better at tracking through other means usually.
Alright. Core size. Well, whenever we're ready.
I'm ready whenever you all are.
That's fine. Next time, though, remind me to go pick up a bow.
Core passes you a crossbow.
Oh. Well, I guess this works. I didn't want to
is-
have a repeat of last time where I was just throwing my sword around. I don't think that would work very well against a dinosaur.
Yeah, this is a hand crossbow, by the way.
Okay.
And he'll pass you 20 bolts.
Oh, thank you. Wait, do you still have a crossbow? Or, well, no, you have your sling, right?
Yeah, but it's gonna make things a little bit, it'll be fine.
With any luck, we won't actually have to fight anything.
I'll make sure to give you this back in a bit. You might have to remind me.
Both Estella and Cora, as you guys are sort of just doing this last minute preparation, you notice Professor White, who's now pulled up a chair in front of the table near the viewing window, like listening to and watching you guys. You see his face go from, "Oh, this ought to be interesting," to listening to you guys like have that little exchange to going, "Oh no, they're all gonna die." Just like the slight like shift of curious to, "Oh."
I'm gonna start looking around to see if I can find any, little humanoid footprints as opposed to any giant dinosaur lizard footprints.
Okay. All right. So I guess we're gonna step through the door.
Yep.
All right. Cool.
I'll
So
aid Yelena in their tracking. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
no, that's fine. So you guys will open the door, and it's just like any other time you've ever experienced it. You open a door and you step through. It's just like walking into another room, except this room is hot, humid, and the air is very sweet and clean in compared to the air of the city. The door, when you've all passed through, snaps shut behind you. And you begin looking for tracks. So, Yelena, please make a survival check with advantage.
17.
Okay. Well, the good news is, from what you've been explained about Corbish, is that he's a bit of a clumsy kid. And does not carry with him some of the survivalist skills that Hatner and a couple of the other kids have probably developed over their lifetime. You do see, smeared in some very moist dirt, a series of small footprints that have skittered off towards the east.
He went this way.
All right. I'll keep quiet and follow. I've got a few ideas of what happens if something sticky happens. Core's got a stealth.
Okay. Well, I guess it's always an appropriate time to get a marching order.
I think Yelena will take the lead since she's following the tracks.
Core is going to hide in Yelena's shadow.
Sure.
Because he's small and can actually, I think
Because
I can actually occupy that space, right?
Yeah, halflings, yes. Halflings can do that.
Yeah, I'm in the same space as Yelena.
Nera's
I'll roll that
taking
stealth.
up the rear. Nera's taking up the rear with Haba directly in front of him.
I'll be in the middle then.
All right. Yeah, just to confirm, the order is Yelena, Core, Estella, Haba, and then Nera.
Sounds good.
All right.
Yep.
You begin moving forward, and this place is unlike any place you've ever seen. It has foliage that is of colors that seem almost alien. Bright reds, purples, oranges, like an over-exaggerated sunset strewn across all of the leaves. The grass underfoot likewise shares this unusual coloration, but does have a bit of a broader spectrum of occasionally going into green and yellow. In front of you, after you trek for about 20 or so minutes, occasionally observing a small flying reptile crossing between trees, or an occasional small group of like 4 to 5 inch tall lizards scampering together by in a group when you rustle the brush nearby. You notice that the tracks become a bit more difficult to follow, if only because you realize they have been completely stomped upon by a set of larger tracks. Numerous larger tracks. In front of you, there are 2 obvious places for you to head. To the right, towering as if pine trees in the wild, are enormous cacti. 35, 40, 50, some 60 feet in height. Large spines sticking out from the sides, and it just creates its own forest of needles. A set of tracks wander off in that direction. The other direction shows the transition towards a large grouping of rocks, and you can see a cascading waterfall off in the distance. Where would you like to go?
Question, did Hatner step in with us, or was he waiting outside?
He went in with you.
Okay.
Good point. I should add him to the marching order. I'm gonna put him.
Can't wait to fail immediately because he got eaten by a dinosaur.
I'm gonna put him behind his.
Well, based on what you've told us about Corbish and what Pops has said, I doubt he'd want to run into a field of cacti, though it probably would be easier to hide there.
Well, if any of the bigger things are here, if any of the bigger things were chasing him, I would have run into the cactus. because they look thorny and stabby, and anything big would have to likewise fight their way through in order to get to me. But I don't think Corbish was thinking that. I don't know what he was thinking. He's a bit of a scaredy cat.
Sometimes when you're scared, you just run blind. It's easy to forget what you're doing when you're panicking.
Yes, but it doesn't help us decide where to go.
Can Core roll perception to see if there's, like, any telltale signs of, like, not so much things on the ground, but, like, maybe, I don't know, like, terrain that clearly has been moved or disheveled by maybe something smaller, like, maybe someone moving through, like, undergrowth or something like that. I mean,
Okay.
if something was going to be heading towards cacti, there would maybe be some type of proof, because he's, you know, clearly trying to, you know, move quickly.
I mean, sure. I'll take a perception check.
Alright. I still have my D4s from, breakfast.
Mhm.
That's not good. Well, can't always get everything you want.
No, you can't.
All Core sees is Dino.
As previously mentioned, there are a lot of things that have pushed through the area already. It's pretty hard to discern what direction Corbish went in, and that's why you're kind of at this crossroads.
If Corbish was nearby and you wanted to get his attention, how would you do it, Hatner?
We have a bird whistle. He was never very good at doing it due to his tusks, but he knows to listen.
I mean, we could try to do that, but it would be at the risk of drawing attention to ourselves.
And if it can be overheard over everything else around here.
Up to you.
He just kind of puts his hands on his hips and goes, well, you guys are the experts. But after being snarky, he will just, he'll close his hands together and put them to his face, and he will reproduce a lilting, sing-songy bird call. That, is partially drowned out by a lot of the native noise. But even then, when there's a moment that passes by, there's really no obvious response to it.
Well, one way or another, depending on how long he's been inside here, he's going to need food and water. There's water this way.
Yeah. Let's follow your lead.
Right. You will head towards the falls. As you get closer and closer, you begin to see more and more tracks of various creatures that have come through the area, all heading towards the source of water. And it becomes more and more clear that the closer you get to the area where the waterfall descends in particular, that the tracks get bigger and bigger. Some of which you all can step in and not fill the space. You'll get closer, but when you do, you can now see from the distance you're at that there are currently a handful of heavy-scaled creatures, bipedal, smaller arms, razor sharp fins that run along the edges of the top of its head, down around its back, over all the way down to its tail. They seem to be there in the process of partaking of water and also currently shredding the remains of another creature that is difficult to discern what it once was.
Oh no.
Like, oh
It
no.
is, it is clearly not the remains of a small child. It is something that was larger than a horse.
Mhm.
Like, you can see its rib cage, and you could fit Haba inside its rib cage.
I thought they spelled that on the outside.
Womp womp.
Well, they're obviously not very friendly. And I doubt that Corvish would be here while they're here. Should we go back and check the cactuses? Cacti? Yeah.
Cora's gonna scan the water just to be sure.
All right. I'll take another perception check. I'll take a second one from anyone else that wants to help.
Let's roll that d4. A 15 is pretty solid.
Pretty good.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. What you manage to observe as Estella gets a Jurassic fly stuck in her eye, or is that while there is this main pool, this large area that is all the water sort of gathers, you can see in and around the area further to the west and east of it that there are numerous dozens of smaller, lightly steaming pools of water nearby, all of which would make passable drinking sources of drinking water for someone trying to survive, and they look significantly less populated.
Cora says, I don't know if we should go back just yet. There's a bunch of other places he could have gone here that are pretty close, and they don't have these frilled freaks with them.
If you think it's a good idea, let's go check them out without being noticed, hopefully.
Was that a call for a group stealth check?
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
We just run there.
Yeah.
Full sprint.
If we just run over there
Yelling.
making as much loud noises as we can here
Yep.
in order to assert our dominance.
All right. Joking aside, let's get some stealth. Let's get a group stealth check. See how well this can go.
Oh snap. I'm so scared to roll this. Alright, yeah, right. That's not what I meant. But I will take the 9 because the modifiers are still the same.
Yeah, it's the same roll.
Yeah, I will take the 9. Oh, Nara did well though.
All right.
Lava's just like, look at that tasty looking thing! And he just begins walking towards something, I guess.
I've never seen a fruit that large before.
Yeah, does anybody have any rope? I'm gonna get like kind of tie it around his waist and then tie it around my waist. Anybody?
mean-
No? Okay.
Despite everything, the group average isn't terrible. 19. And as previously discussed, dinosaurs aren't super perceptive. But let's see if unfortunate natural 20 rolls us into an encounter. Shall we?
Mhm.
As you guys begin making your way to the further outskirts, past this lagoon, where you begin walking along various tighter paths of raised rock and earth, where the soil becomes very soft, trying to avoid being caught in it. You begin passing numerous smaller pools of water that steam and an occasion bubble. And you think, if you weren't surrounded by potentially flesh-eating lizards, one of these would make an excellent spring to bathe in to relax. Through some diligence of the group and a couple of proddings from some of the more experienced stealthy members, you managed to avoid being seen. I would like another set of survival checks. Again, I'll take 2 or 1 person with advantage.
I'll be happy to aid someone.
I guess I'll roll it again, since I did the first one.
Yeah, that's
Look
pretty
at
good.
you.
After a little bit, working your way through all these pools, you realize that there are only a very few number of ways to actually navigate these areas without slipping into the pools. So it doesn't take you a whole hell of a lot of time to identify where similar, slightly clumsy footprints have led you to. And you find quite a distance away from the main lagoon, a location where the footprints lead to a pool off to the side. Except the pool is not without company. While not the same creatures you observed before, you see a series of smaller, larger than dog sized bipedal lizards. This time, instead of razor spines, they are covered in plumes of feathers that run along the front of their forehead, down along their spine and back. They have what look like they just missed the evolutionary mark just by a little, where they have larger arms, and it look like they have some webbing in between, but you don't think they're fully capable of flying. So it may be at best they can glide or jump long distances given a head start. There's about 7 or 8 of them, and they're currently just around the eastern edge of the pool, sort of pecking away at several smaller little lizard carcasses, like no larger than what you'd expect, like 4 to 5 inches tall, and not very big. But they seem to be right in the direct line of where you'd want to go.
Anyone got any ideas?
I could try to lure them away.
I could try to scatter them away. I got an idea.
What's your idea?
I have something really smelly on me. And I don't think they would appreciate it very much. That being said, I also don't think anybody here would appreciate it much either.
I can create a noise of something at least 30 feet away from us to try and either attract their attention or scare them off. They're a lot smaller than the other ones.
Yeah, if you could make it sound like something big is approaching, that might do the trick.
It's worth a try. Do any of you have any other ideas?
Nothing really I can do. I mean, I could shoot off into the distance with this thing, the crossbow that Cord gave me. But I really don't think that's anything.
I think you got the best plan, Yelena.
Is there a more like concealed or like heavily wooded area within like 30 feet of us?
No. The foliage gets a little spotty in this area due to the fact that there's so many pools in the soil, so soft roots have not been able to really take hold very well. There are quite a bit of rocky outcroppings and areas that you can hide behind, but really not much in the way of trees.
She's going to use minor illusion to create sounds, kind of trying to center the sound in an area that would be hard to see from where the creatures are.
Okay.
Just going to cast it multiple times, kind of alternating between very heavy footsteps and the sounds that she heard of those larger dinosaurs, eating things,
Mm-hmm.
and just general growls and such like that.
Okay. Well, I guess the simplest thing is let's see if they fall for it. Dinosaurs are not very smart. As I said, dinosaurs are not very smart.
One of them turns their heads and just plain common says, "An illusion!" Pulls out his space ray gun.
Spellcaster!
We were ready for you the entire time, Bard.
No.
Stands up.
Fortunately, there are no hyper-intelligent experimental dinosaurs down here yet. And the sounds of the footsteps in the distance gets their attention the first when you see all their heads snap up simultaneously, the feathers sort of rising up, and they look around. And then the second one, and then the sounds of eating and, the grunting. And you watch as they all sort of just have a moment, and then they all just sort of flitter away very quickly, running in the opposite direction that they hear the sounds coming from.
Well, that worked.
Core just gets a nod of approval.
Yelena's gonna keep heading in the direction that they were going.
All right. You will eventually find yourself at a larger pool of water. It's a little further away. The ground gets a bit more solid. The soil becomes rockier, and there are trees that have grown here, but they are much smaller. And many of their roots are exposed and sort of just burrow down into the water to the best of their ability. The tracks have led you here, but then they stop at the water's edge.
Based on the tracks, does it look like they were running, or like are they very deep into the mud, or?
Well, you rolled very well in your survival check. The tracks you're following do not look like they were made in flight. And
Huh.
you all are here.
probably like literally like right there. There he is, our boy.
Look at him.
He's learning. That's why he's bronze.
Well, it doesn't look like he was running, but the tracks end here, which makes me think he went into the water.
How much do you want to bet there's a cave or something down there?
Who's gonna get in and find out?
Hang on. Core digs through his bag and belongings.
Mhm.
We are going to take... I don't want to use any of those. Do I have something else I can use? You know what? Core's gonna look for a stone on the ground.
Easy enough to do.
Yep, Core finds a stone, and he gets very kind of curious about something, and he's just going to try to skip it along the surface.
Just make me an attack roll. Yeah, bit of a skipper or is.
There's a mosasaur hiding in this pond.
It's not a Mosasaurus, it's a laser raptor.
Oh.
Sure, I'll just use my sling attack roll. It's the same thing. Pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You get one of those really nice ones where it's good and rhythmic, and it just carries across the lake until you, across this particular little lagoon until you lose sight of it. But after a moment, Core, you watch as something breaks the surface of the water.
Okay.
And it ain't none too small.
Yeah, Core
Oh no.
did not try to center this, like, close, by the way. Just as far out as this would go before the skipping started, because this is what he's literally testing for.
Yeah. You see something break the water over here. It's scaly, multi-finned, and looks like it has a long neck.
That door opening was the sound of something breaking the water.
Yep.
Okay, so something with a long neck breaks it. Should I be seeing anything in the map, or, nah?
Nope.
Okay.
Because it's still mostly underwater.
Hmm.
You are all free to act and interact with the map as you want. I will halt you if something otherwise comes up.
There doesn't seem like there was a sign of struggle around here, right? Sorry, I'll let you also say something.
Yelena noticed no signs of that, but you can make an investigation check to see if you can find any further details.
Sure.
Greg, did you have a question? Or something to do?
No. I was mostly gonna ask. It's just like, I don't think we're gonna try and. Are we gonna try and fight this like after prep or whatever? Like, I'm just trying to see like what like kind of prep I should be like worrying about. Just wanted to get the group's consensus first.
Add a character. We might have to start fighting it here, but I don't think that's what we're planning for at the moment. I think we're just trying to get a lay of this. Literally, Core just wanted to see if there was something in the water, and whatever he threw took the bait because it's a big dumb animal at the end of the day. Emphasis on the big though. I don't know what Quinn was going to do, but it sounded like Quinn had something they wanted to say. That's my investigation check. I'll be quiet until people get back to me.
I was going to ask if I could get an idea of the creature's attitude Like, does it just seem curious because something skipped across its head? Does it seem hostile outright?
Well, you know what? Make an insight check. That's pretty good. So you guys sort of have a moment where while Core is searching around, you're sort of watching out onto the water. You see this large creature's mass shifting the water in various places. It does look like it's searching in the water for what would have caused the disturbance, but it's not doing it with any ferocity. It's not, going at any particular speed like it's hunting. It's more like it's very just languidly searching for what might have entered into the water. And for some odd reason, Nero just does a backflip just
Oh no!
because he can. It's weird.
I was just like double clicking this sheet and accidentally hit the acrobatics button.
As for you, Core, so with the tracks pointed out to you, you can follow them up to the water's edge. You notice a couple of little details. One, you can tell Corbish maybe spent at least a few minutes here at the edge of the water, because behind one of the larger rocks nearby, you can actually tell that he spent some time drawing in the pebbly sand, either with his finger or with a stick. And there's just a small little like caricature of like a canoe-shaped boat with several figures in it, just like really basic stick figure stuff. And then there are no obvious signs of him having left the edge of the water. But when you get a little bit closer and very tentatively and carefully, you look at just where the water's breaking along the edge, and you can tell that he did, in fact, at the very least, wade one or two steps in. You can see the depressions in the pebbly soil where his feet left marks.
Okay. Core is going to quietly point it out. It looks like he went this way.
I'm gonna ask again, who's going to be the first one to go swimming?
Here's the thing. I could potentially put it to sleep.
No,
It's not a guaranteed, but it's an option.
I'll do it.
You'll put it to sleep or you'll go swimming?
I'm gonna go swimming.
Cornell.
Look,
You're so bite-sized.
Snack, one might say.
Core just looks at you and just says, "I don't know, you're pretty big. More of you to eat." Core then is gonna begin stealthily getting in the water, following the trail here.
All right.
Well,
Stealth check.
We find out Cord doesn't know how to swim.
I mean,
Oh, that's good.
that's probably an important thing to consider.
Core knows how to swim.
Okay. Just sometimes down in those sewers, you got nothing else better to do.
All right. Where am I putting him, like, marker-wise? He started waiting, right?
Yeah. So, like, basically, to keep things simple, the footprints. Best as you can figure out, short of actually having dove in and inspected further, it looks like the path just kind of goes straight across.
Okay, so he literally just made his way across.
Yeah. If the footprints did not deviate, that's where they would have gone.
Cora's going to say, if I had to take a guess. Alright, well, here we go. Cora's gonna get on his belly and he's gonna begin crawling in.
Okay.
Yelena's gonna start making her way towards the other side, kind of hopping up on these rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Cora is keeping an active lookout for, problems.
I mean, that's reasonable. Anyone else? What are the motions?
So, Haba and Nero just stare at each other, and then Nero looks down to see his half-plate armor, and then looks back up, and then Haba looks to see his half-plate armor, and they say, "This isn't gonna work." And then Nero says, "I'm gonna head out, and I'm gonna use Haba's concealment trait." And Nero's just gonna poof. He's just gone. Let me pull up the exact thing so you guys know what I'm talking about. But I can dismiss Nero into a pocket dimension.
I like to imagine it's done in a little swirl of shadow.
I
Yeah.
like to imagine he literally picks them up and just Paper Mario's them into his inventory.
That seems inappropriate.
You don't want a pocket Nero?
Now, when he's made out of paper.
Yeah, hidden form. So this is, it's just the pocket dimension. As an action, you can temporarily dismiss your companion as long as it is within 5 feet of you. It disappears into a pocket dimension where it awaits your summons. As an action, while it's dismissed, you can cause it to reappear in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. If you go unconscious while your companion is in the pocket dimension, it reappears within 5 feet of you.
It is useful.
Can't believe Haba put Nero in timeout.
That'll teach him.
Bad Nero.
Alright. I'm gonna continue moving Cora across.
Okay.
One square at a time.
Haba is going to...
What is Estella doing?
It's a good question.
Estella's just watching people do shenanigans.
I'm gonna try and climb the rocks, actually. I was like, oh, do I want to be a brave boy and swim? No, I do not. I'll try and climb like Yelena.
Okay.
My question is, add a character. Why would he go across the water like this if he was like calmly here? Why wouldn't he just go around? That's my thought on the entire thing.
It is a good question.
Yeah.
Probably should have asked that before wading into the water with the gigantic creature.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. Of course, gonna do what he's gonna do. Do you want me to roll perception while I'm here in the middle of the lake?
Sure. An athletics check from Haba. And an acrobatic check from Yelena. I'm gonna roll one for Hatner.
Oh no! I thought I was gonna be able to ask Blake. Oh no! Okay.
I am going to blow inspiration on this one.
Oh no!
How important is this to me? Perception is not a really good thing.
You also have a D4 to it. I mean, I know. It's
I
not
do have a
much, but-
D4 to it, but like, I want to roll above a 4. You know what? We'll invest. We'll blow 2 inspirations on this.
Bold.
Paid off.
Yeah.
You got there.
I got it. Got there.
Wow. You really got it.
Holy crap!
We did it.
Okay.
Did it?
So, everyone kind of separates and goes their own ways. Core, the silent swimmer, is going to, brave the waters, trying to find what, if any reason, Corbish would have decided to cross instead of hiking his way around. Yelena, nimbly, climbs up the rocks, using her agility to make way over relatively easy. Patner is having a bit more difficult of a time. Haba begins to do the same, but then slips. And he didn't want to be in the water, but he's in the water now.
God.
And Core, while you're slowly, tentatively, very carefully, not causing any waves, literally, making your way across, you actually notice down in the water below, some 20 feet or so, there is something buried in the pebbles that is glimmering. And that is when a large ripple of water displaces in your direction.
I'm so sorry, Core. I'm so sorry.
Well, you know what? I still have a stealth check here, and you're the big thing in the water. So, that's what I'm gonna bank on.
Yeah. What's gonna happen is we're gonna do one of these. We're gonna roll initiative. With Haba being surprised due to his unfortunate circumstances. And we're gonna see how that's gonna hash out.
My survivor's instinct has kicked in.
Leave
Core has
half
gone
of her dead. We gotta go.
Ultra Instinct Core, the coward. You can hear the Ultra Instinct theme playing in, like, on a recorder. This is when I make the joke about how he's going to reveal himself to be a straw man.
Oh, it's so big.
He was a straw man the whole time.
He just reveals it off, and the dinosaur opens its mouth and goes, "Oh, ah, ah, ah."
Well, top of the initiative, Core, you see this large monster surging towards you.
Okay. Core remembers rule number 1. Don't get in the water. Core has violated rule number 1. How far down is that item? That
20 feet.
Alright, sure. Core will very stealthily just begin swimming down.
Okay. Are you going to do any dashing, or are you just normal swims?
I think what we're going to do is, and I just need to review what I've got here. Okay, cool. I can probably use that. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go down with our movement.
Okay.
And then we're gonna bonus action. I guess because our movement speed is 25 and we don't have a swim speed, so it's halved, right?
Yep.
So I would have to basically sink to the bottom using a dash action.
Yeah.
To get down there.
Okay.
to see what that item is.
All right.
Is it just directly beneath me?
It is.
Okay. Let me just mark myself as. Is there a symbol for depth?
There isn't.
Okay.
Something. If you can give a suggestion as to what a good image piece for that would be, I can make.
Scuba suit, like the old-timey ones.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, fair. Okay, I will grab my sticky note. I will work on that.
Yeah, hang on. I think I actually have something. You might want to find something a little bit better than this, but where are you? Where are you?
It's not important right now.
Okay, I'll just put this in game time in the meanwhile, or whatever. Game chat. Like, something like that.
Mhm.
Okay, so gets down there. I see this. Is it wedged between something? Does this look like it has to be dislodged? What type of action is it to retrieve this?
So when you get down there, you do notice that it looks like almost like a small silver bowl with a silver wire basket on the top.
Okay.
And it is if you were to grab it and try to move it, it does seem to be stuck. It seems to be stuck. One of its legs seem to be wedged between two rocks.
Okay. Does it have something I can hook between things? Like something where I could maybe like tie like wire to it or something like that.
Yes.
Okay. I have 10 feet of string. I'm going to tie. Is it an item interaction to just tie like string to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you have one of free?
Yep, I have 10 feet of string. I tie it to that to make sure that I'm not going to lose it.
Okay.
Action, I'm going to stealth again.
Sure.
Just to be sure. Okay. Maybe they won't care. But, Chorus is taking it very slow.
Today we're gonna find out.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. I don't feel like blowing my last inspiration on this.
Okay.
Would like to be a little conservative. Alright, that's, actually... Nah, Core would want to do a good job. I'll blow my last inspiration.
Pretty good.
We have no more inspiration left, but you know what? Better to use it than to regret it later. Alright.
Alright.
That's his turn.
Yelena.
Just walking along the rocks, suddenly hears, giant splash, looks behind her,
Mm-hmm. Abba in the water.
and sees
Hear me
this
like,
creature.
I'm sorry.
Is the creature, at the surface swimming towards them, or...?
It has risen closer to the surface, yes. It's displacing this triangular shaped wedge in the water.
Okay. She's going to run back over, standing, right on the edge, but careful not to actually get in the water. She's going to pull out her short bow and take a shot at the creature. Just trying to deter it.
Okay. Make an attack.
She's using Jig this turn just to make sure she has the movement.
Oh, nice shot, dude.
Yeah, that is a hit. You catch it right on the right side of its face, almost striking its eye. It does seem to halter its approach. Halt its approach momentarily, but it keeps on charging.
That will be her turn for now.
Okay. Haba.
Did my turn get skipped because you said I was surprised?
Yes, you are surprised. Thank you for remembering.
Yeah. No problem.
Moving on. Estella.
Estella is going. Are we straight up attacking or are we just watching at this point?
Well, Yelena has fired an arrow at it.
Ah. Excuse me.
Yes.
I
did it.
will. Thank you. I will prepare a spell. If possible.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
Repair a spell, if possible.
What would you like to prepare?
A fireball.
Sorry. Fireball?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a contingency for this fireball?
Yes, if that monster comes anywhere near, I guess, Haba, because you can't see Core, she's gonna drop a fireball.
Okay. Noted.
Alright, awesome. That is all.
Okay
I
then.
found a better icon.
Well, the creature's turn. It is going to rush past Core and straight up to Haba.
Oh no.
So there are several things that are going to happen here. Core, first and foremost, I would like for you to make a dexterity save.
Okay.
This is just big creature, a lot of movement, big displacement of water.
All right.
You're going to see if you can keep your wits about you.
I rolled a 12.
It is enough. You can pick which direction you wish to be displaced, left or right. 5 feet to the left or to the right of the creature. So basically, here.
5 feet to the right. Core hangs onto that string which he tied, making sure that he doesn't lose track of the item. All he has to do is just follow the string.
Yep. Do you have slack on the string? Like, do you have more string than what you've just tied to it?
It does. The item specified like 10 feet, so I would assume like if it's Core doing this, there's probably a little bit of slack.
Okay.
Like maybe like I don't know, 2 feet. It's probably
Okay.
closer to 12, but I mean,
Yeah, that's
just
fine.
Item's an item.
Just wanted to make sure, because it's one of those, if it was taut, there was a very good chance that the string might have broken. But if you had some extra slack, then you're good. But it is going to rush up to Haba, and it's going to it's not even going to rear up its head. It's just going to run at him like a spear. And you're going to see its head surface a bit and its jaw open up, and it's going to go straight for Haba. So that is going to trigger Estella's fireball.
Yep.
So
And
where
she's
is that
gonna put
going?
it- She's placing it around here so that it doesn't hit either Core or Haba.
Okay.
Straight up this monster in that area.
All right.
And so I press the button.
Dinosaur dex save.
Does a lot of fire.
DC 16. It fails. No one's surprised. And it will take all 24 points of fire damage. Which will reduce it. The fireball will zing through the air, landing just behind it, exploding. And you'll see just segments of the water steam and hiss. And the creature will be burned, but nowhere near as badly as you thought. You think it has something to do with the fact that it was submerged in water, that fire is not nearly as effective as you'd like.
Yeah, probably.
It is
Okay.
going to now attack Hop.
Hit me. Do it.
It is going to now hit Hop. A 23.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah. Hang on. Wrong days. They're the right days. 5, 11, 12, 4, 17. You take 17 points of piercing damage, Haba,
I see.
as it
Okay.
snaps you up in its jaws, and you are now grappled and restrained as it pulls you in its mouth. Hatner is going to double back. He's going to see just this huge reptile realize, is going to pick up a rock, and he's going to double back, and he's going to throw it at the creature to try to distract it and use the help action to give Yelena an advantage on her next attack. Because he doesn't think knives are going to help a whole hell of a lot. Speaking of maybe knives helping a whole hell of a lot, or
All right. Follow the rope. Make our way back to the square, 10 feet to the left. That's our about as much as we can go.
Yep.
And try to get this item out.
Make an athletics check.
We will use a crowbar.
Ooh, fancy crowbar underwater. I love it. Go nuts. Make one with advantage.
Yep. Yeet. And 18 opposed to a 7.
That's way better. Given that was a 19, it could only get better one way. You do manage to wedge this bowl free.
Okay. That sounds pretty good to me. Do I have time to like stash this into the bag along with the rest of the string, or
You would have had to have retrieved your crowbar, so you could spend your action to do so.
okay, so all right, I'll do that as my action. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Let me take a look at something real quick. Bonus action will stealth.
Okay.
That is our turn. We're gonna get out of the water next and proceed to start helping Haba out.
Okay. Yelena.
Yelena was kind of like reaching ahead towards Haba and sees, the creature, very strongly clasp its jaws onto him. So she's going to switch back to her bow and take another shot at him.
You have advantage on this, as Hatner is pinging this thing with pebbles.
I am going to blow inspiration to reroll that.
Probably good. That's too many 11s.
15.
That'll hit.
I am going to pump a bardic die to do a mobile flourish and push it back 11, so 10 feet.
Wait, it still has me in its mouth, though. No.
Don't worry about whether or not that's a thing in there.
Yeah. Core, make another dexterity save.
Is it just moving me along?
Yeah, it's a big ol' swoosh and swirl of water.
Sure.
Okay. You can control where you want to go. So you can either stay by, you can move yourself here, or you can move yourself within 5 feet of any other direction.
Core is actually going to. I can move myself to like adjacent to the creature, right?
Yeah, 5 feet anywhere around the creature.
Right here.
Okay. You basically ride the current it creates from being pushed back closer to the shore.
I'm going to assume that I can't ride the current wave upwards. Considering how big this thing is. I'm just
Not yet,
assuming
but
it's like
it did get shallower. It isn't just a straight dip down from the bank. It is a very steep descent, but it is still gradual. So
Okay.
when it pushes you that close, you're only 10 feet from the surface. Okay. Yolina, anything else? Movement?
I'm going to call over to Hava to break free, giving him some encouragement. I'm going to give you a bardic die. It's a D8.
You can do it.
Move her way over.
It's just screaming. There is no response back. Ah!
Whoosh, whoosh,
As it's getting thrashed in the water.
Ah, blah, 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 blah.
No, kill.
It's a shame Narrow's in an extra dimensional space.
We're gonna fix that.
Abba.
Alright. Alright, yeah, so Narrow, as he's getting thrashed around. Narrow, please kill! And I'm gonna use my action to resummon Narrow.
Okay. It's within 5 feet of you, right?
Yes.
I'm assuming. Well, pick your square and move the token there.
Okay. But up.
Okay.
I was like, oh, did we get across? Oh my god, oh, shh.
Yeah. Oh.
Yep.
Oh no.
Kill!
Nope.
And then I'm gonna use Hava's bonus action to give the Edict of Strike. As in, please kill this thing.
Yep.
Alright, and then Narrow's gonna swing at it with advantage. Ooh!
Nice.
Yep.
I hate to be that guy, but you're in the water, right?
Yeah.
He is.
So, does it give disadvantage on attacks? On melee attacks?
It does with specific weapons, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I understand.
Of which great swords unfortunately do not make that.
Oh, that's fine.
I'm sorry, Greg. I love you.
No, you don't.
Just not love you enough to let you have your cool moments.
No, it's fine. In that case, would it just be 9 plus 14, so 23
Okay.
slashing damage?
The water is beginning to turn a sickly red-purple hue very quickly. The creature is not looking great. However, it's worth noting, Narrow, after he is summoned and gets his attack, he sinks immediately to the ground.
Got it.
Just
How deep?
blunk. It's 20 feet down.
Okay. Great. That should be all I can do.
Stella.
Well, she doesn't really have anything to help Hava out here, so she's just going to. Let's see. She is going to fling a ray of frost at it.
Okay.
Does a 20 hit?
Yes.
8 cold.
Okay. In typical Matthew Mercer fashion, how would you like to do this?
Oh shoot. She just kind of conjures up a bit of frost between her fingers and she just shoots at it, freezing it, I guess, entirely at this point.
All right.
And she's like, huh, wow, that was a lot stronger of a hit than I thought.
Mhm.
She shakes her fingers.
Hits it in its head. The frost kind of grows and radiates over the top of its skull, growing into its eyes, and then eventually Haba, where you're just clenched, you feel it suddenly just go completely limp, and the body just ceases to move. All the tension in this beast just falls away, and you're just kind of in its mouth for a moment, going, "Oh wait, it's not actually holding me here anymore," and you are set free.
Thank goodness. That hurts a lot.
Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you.
Although, maybe next time let's not do that again.
Mhm.
Core begins to bob up to the surface.
Nero just kind of treads on the bottom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and eventually will walk his way out.
Yeah.
Core is gonna cast Cure Wounds on Haba.
Certainly gonna try. Religion check.
He's gonna.
The core wounds will take effect.
Yes. The Core Wounds will take effect. You will take a D8 plus 2 halfling damage. If this damage reduces you to 0, you become a halfling.
No, no.
No, it instead heals you free.
I'm spite. We're eating that.
Sorry about that. I was
It's fine.
busy.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's okay. Totally great.
Yeah, you know, it just your armor took most of the damage. You're perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Maybe gonna be a bit bruised later.
Found something.
They're ignoring you. They're proceeding to get some cuts off this thing out of spite.
All right.
Core presents the item to everyone.
While they were getting it a little water, Yelita was taking a glance around to see if the commotion attracted any attention.
That's a good thing to do. Make a perception check.
15.
That's pretty good. Despite the commotion, there have not been anything that you've noticed in terms of threats that have gained any attention. However, while Haba and Nero are taking some time and like lassoing this thing to pull its neck further on the land so they can butcher it some, you do see on the far side where you guys were now, where you were previously, there are a gathering of sleek blue-green scaled dinosaurs that have gathered, and they look like they're interested in picking the carcass clean.
You might want to work fast. Seems like some others are looking for a meal.
Nero just yells over, "Wait your turn." Can I try and intimidate these?
Can you intimidate the baby dinosaurs? Sure.
Yes. No.
Nope. They chitter and yip back at you, defiantly.
So what was that
Fine.
you found, Core?
Core shows off what he pulled out from the bottom there. Core then says, "I was scanning the bottom of this see if there was any reason why he went across the body of water rather than the rocks. And I saw this at the bottom. I tried to get out of the way and didn't want to lose track of it while I was down there, since we're kind of trying to rush. I managed to get it out just as Queen finished it off.
Looks a little something like that. It's a bowl with a metal cage on top. It's made of silver, trimmed in brass or a type of bronze. It's not gold, and it's not copper. It's something in between. And around the outside of the bowl, now that you've got it a little closer, there are depictions of what look like warriors in boats fighting sea serpents. And inside the bowl, it is filled with water, crystal clear water.
Something tells me this isn't something that Corbish dropped.
Seems ceremonial. Does the clearness of the water match the water source that it was in?
It does not. It is perfectly clean and clear. And it is cool instead of warm, which any of them that were in the water can tell you is very warm.
And the water in the bowl doesn't match the pond.
Looks magical, spells magical, probably magical. Probably not a good idea to drink it if, I mean, unless you want to make that risk. I learned a long time ago that you don't mess with magic you don't know. But, I'll hang on to it. We could look at it later. If there's no objections, Scorch is going to put it in his inventory.
Just another thing to anchor to the bag.
Yumina's gonna start looking for tracks on this side while the twins get what I assume is probably going to be our very strange dinner tonight.
Well, speaking of, I need them to make a survival check.
Yes.
I'll either take two separate ones or one at advantage.
Okay, and this is to gather the ingredient dice?
Yes.
Okay.
It is to gather some meat. And how fine of a cut you managed to wrangle from this big boy here.
I will have Haba do it at an advantage. Where, yeah, Nero's better at just like the broad, like breaking down of meats, while Haba's good with the precision work. Ah,
That's pretty good. Okay. It takes you a couple of minutes. And you gain 2 additional ingredient die for this. They are it's 2d10
ooh.
because this is a huge boy.
This is gonna be great.
Yeah, you get some really good cuts that you could compare to like big cuts of tuna.
We want sushi.
So what?
It's like a raw fish dish.
That
Yeah, it's very elven.
It's not our forte, but we've been meaning to try. Not right now. Later tonight. When we get Corbish.
Speaking, can we, start again with that?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Besides
right. Sorry.
giant
Sorry.
fish and magical bowls, we are here to find someone.
Uh-huh. I haven't forgotten. Cora says the entire reason I tried to find this bowl is because I thought he dropped it. Thought it could help. Cora is just going to continue what he was doing, and I guess I'll investigate this side of the shoreline.
That's it. Yelena is making a survival check. Trying to find some more tracks.
I don't know if I had help or not.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself at 2nd level, and because I'm now 5th level,
Yo.
Yeah.
I have Soul Link's casting, so any spell that I cast targeting myself also affects my companion.
Very nice.
So both Haba and Nero are gonna heal 2d8 plus 5. As they just do like the what's the movie where like it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger and the other guy, and they do the
bro
handshake.
fist?
The bro fist handshake, yeah.
That's from Predator.
The Predator handshake, yeah. High five. Yeah.
I think he does it with Carl Weathers.
Somebody.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I guess it's
Yeah,
pretty
it
average.
is Carl. It is Carl Weathers. He does the Predator handshake with.
Right. That's a lot.
Usually I would be helping out Yelena, but we are both making 2 independent checks, so
Mhm.
I don't think Cora's helping you out this time. Maybe
I
Stella's doing
think
it, or
I think
Hatner?
I think Hatner was, given his eagerness to continue exploring. But
17 then.
between the two of you, Cora and Yelena, Cora, you do manage to find evidence that Corbish did in fact cross the water. Except what you find on the other side is not the same casual walk up. It was very clear he left the water in a hurry. And you can see what is just this scrambling, sort of hand-knee crawl out of the water up onto the shore and away at a quick pace, which has mostly been destroyed from the party's presence now after the said fight. But you still managed to sort of figure out the little pieces because no one really made any of those marks. Yelena, it is your survival check that finds Corbish's very rapid footfalls fleeing to the east, where you lose many of these water ponds and sort of going down and sloping off into a small valley. You can see there is a dense thicket of red-leafed trees.
He went this way.
All right. We'll continue what we're doing. I'll follow you.
If everybody looks ready, Yelena will start walking in that direction, following the tracks.
And
Yeah, Stella will follow you.
let's not to brag on you, Haba, but just careful, okay? I'm really worried if you get hit like that again.
We're fine now. We're fine. It's totally fine.
Okay, just keep
Everything's
it down a little bit.
fine.
You're very excitable.
Okay, and you begin following the tracks eastward, down towards the grove off in the distance. And we will take our first bio break there. And we'll shoot for coming back roughly around 50 past, but again, if you need a couple more minutes, because that's how life is sometimes at the...
Yeah.
I'm so sorry that I fell in the water.
I mean, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
What the dice wanted.
All right, I'll be back.
I'm glad it was
sorry I
me and
denied
not
you a
somebody
crit.
else. No, it's fine. Look, no, dude, I don't care. Like if I really would have cared, I wouldn't have brought up the fact that I was surprised and all that stuff. Like, you know.
You're right. And besides, it's not an exciting dinosaur adventure unless someone almost gets eaten by a dinosaur.
Yeah, exactly. You know what my plan was before, though? Before I got just snatched up. I was going to initially cast Alter Form to give us both me and Nero a swimming speed.
That would have been clever.
Yeah. If I
If you hadn't been grappled, I was gonna use my swing dance to just disengage and grab you and pull you out.
Oh, that would have been good. Yep.
Okay.
I don't know why I was expecting a yeah.
Okay, go make some coffee.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're back to.
Anyway, I hope that icon helps you out. I've learned there's a lot of just black silhouettes of pretty much anything you could find.
Yes,
that
yeah.
are
There's
just
tons
out
of clip
there.
art everywhere. It's a good basis to work from.
Yeah, so long as it's like audible and clear. I don't know how well it'll scale. All right,
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
We'll see. Be back at about 5-10 minutes.
Hi ho.
Hello. We're just waiting on other people.
Yeah.
I am here. Sorry about that. My coffee exploded in my microwave.
Oh, that is terrible.
Yes, I had to get more coffee.
And clean your microwave, I hope?
Yes,
Okay.
the microwave is taken care of.
You took it out.
That's what
Yes.
I'm hearing.
I had a combat encounter of my own.
Did you call the cleaner?
I am the cleaner.
By me, just preparing dinosaurs.
There's more dinosaurs. Spoilers.
Nothing to see here. Just a bunch of dinosaurs.
So, when did we fight Jeff Goldblum?
He is actually the one who made this world. So whenever
Wow,
you decide
okay.
to go kill the person that made it, that's when you deal with him.
Well, life finds a way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'll start making a token of him. Pass it to you.
Thanks.
I'll put a wizard hat on him. Jeff Goldblum as a wizard.
It does make it more believable.
Hey, I am back. Sam said we can start without her. She is making breakfast for the child.
Okay.
Yep.
Say hi to Mando for me.
I will.
Well, you know, for better or worse, we're not really skipping anything. We're gonna get right back into another somewhat tense potentially life-threatening situation.
I love
Fun.
this.
That's what I live for.
So, and so we have all returned, mostly. You follow this set of tracks that, in a hurry, heads eastward away from the lagoon, where you just finished battling the beast, and Haba and Nero have harvested some of its meat for consumption later. You wind down a series of hills that go from rocky to more lush and green trees that have taken root, bright purple bushes with series of even more brightly colored flowers growing from them. Some in the shape of bells, several of which are kind of spine-like in terms of like birds of paradise. Flower, not a bird. Look it up if you hadn't seen it. They're really pretty. Eventually, getting down into the bowl of this valley, where there are a couple of high ridges and inclines. And then from a great distance, you see what looks like a pack of relatively large lizards. Now, nowhere near as large as the thing you just finished slaying. But they are probably anywhere between 100 to 150 pounds. And they have these huge, like, teal and orange fins that are growing out of their head. 2 of them. They have their bipedal, smaller arms, elongated faces and snouts, and you can tell they are running with their backs and necks perfectly straight, and they're moving at a pace that is very quick. And it is from this distance you actually can see from your elevated position. You know what? That's less fun. I want a perception check from people watching. Well, that's actually really good.
Can I make mine with advantage instead?
Yeah, there's 2 of you, so you can always help each other or roll separate rolls.
Roll an 18.
Please.
So close.
Like I said, advantage.
Yeah, I mean, 19. You had to be unique.
I really
All right.
wanted you to roll another one again.
Well, yeah. You all see, as you're kind of making your way down this hill, this slope, you see as these creatures are, at a low, steady gait, clearly in pursuit of something, you spot what they're chasing, which is weaving in between some of the trees is a small humanoid figure that is running for his life.
Gilly just breaks into a sprint.
As you guys begin your rapid pursuit, you get down closer to the edge of the valley into this bowl, where you watch as the creatures fan out, and Corbish leaps into a small pond and does not resurface immediately. Da-na-na. Did you think you were going to get away from dinosaur fighting so quickly?
Oh, I've been looking forward to dinosaur fighting all week.
Just you wait until the T-Rex encounter.
Oh, I'm living for it.
Well,
Hey, I know that guy. I know that fun little guy.
do you?
Yeah, the monster.
Yeah.
He's a homie, dude. Like, he just shows up just to like flash bomb the monster and then runs away.
Oh, it
He's
is
the
him.
best.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I love this dude.
Titiaku.
Yep. I have a whole. So yeah, fun fact. So this whole dinosaur world is based off of an island that's further south of Runan, where a group of people live on. And it's filled with dinosaurs. Well, I have populated it using someone's very hard and dedicated work of converting all the Monster Hunter monsters into 5th edition monsters. So it's populated. It's basically it's Monster Hunter Island.
Oh, I know about this.
I
island.
love this.
I
Yeah.
know about this this resource.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
It's a good resource.
It's kind of funny to me that, Yelena probably had to sail past this to get here, right? Because I used Yelena as my Monster Hunter World character.
I almost rolled up the character for this campaign that I'm using for Monster Hunter.
I can't do that. I've made too many Yorms at this point. It's getting old. Because you. Oh, dude, I can't wait to get like flash bombed 3 times in a row by these guys. It's gonna be sick.
Oh no, I can't
Perma-
believe that they all have.
blind.
They're all the straw man.
No. They're
Oh,
gonna little semicircle and just. What if we find just undead straw dinosaurs? That'd be horrifying.
Everything is actually a straw man. Just everything except you guys.
Even Corbish, Corbish, are you all right?
The hag is just like emerges out of like Corvish's chest. Is like, yes, but you won't be.
Pardon me, do any of you know the way back?
I got lost in here on my way to eat children. Like this one, who I hollowed out and made a straw man out of. I don't know my way back now. The ethereal plane leads only to Ghost Dinosaur Land. It's terrible.
I'm just picturing Corbish as like a really messed up Mimikyu.
You're getting a little dark.
Yeah, that's a little
Yeah.
bit dark. Do you want cursed children? Because that's how you get cursed children.
Yeah, I want cursed
I-
children.
I expected at some point in this campaign to fight a cursed child, and I'm not going to be happy when it happens, but I'm expecting
It's
it
coming.
nonetheless.
It won't be the first time I've seen a player character have to murder a child, and it won't be the last.
That's for sure. If I don't do it at least once a week, I don't feel fulfilled.
I understand.
Hey, when you run as much D&D as I do, it comes up often.
Alright.
It's not coming up. It's more like maybe once every 3 or 4 months.
It's like, you know what? I need to make my players sad. Time to have them kill a kid.
I did have my players kill more or less what was an equivalent to a saint not that long ago. And they actually ended up not even getting the benefit out of having done so. So, yeah.
Oh. They just got to feel the guilt.
Yeah, actually, that's literally all they walked away from. They were completely successful up until the last moment where an evil dude showed up and was like, "You want to play a game of cards?" And then they lost the game of cards. And then they lost everything they were working for at the time.
Oh no.
Yeah. It was super soul crushing. But fate was literally in their hands. They just lost the game of cards.
Dang.
I'll show you guys the setup later. We actually played it on Roll20. It was very cool. It was very dramatic.
Fun.
But you know what's more dramatic? Dinosaurs. Speaking of dinosaurs, Yelena, you come up behind these things, and they have not yet noticed you.
Oh, is this like a surprise round or?
You came sprinting down the hill. I'm gonna go with no.
Okay.
But they have not turned to engage you.
All right. Yelena just says if she's running, I'm going to draw their attention. She's going to run forward. As she's doing so, she's going to cast mirror images on herself. And just kind of shout as she's like arriving right behind them, drawing both of her blades.
Suddenly there's Horde. go to our spell reference real quick.
But that is her action.
Alrighty
She is just standing there at the ready.
then. There actually is a near image indicator.
Is there one in here?
Yeah. That one.
Ah, there it is.
Okay. It's Yelena. Stella's turn. Since Stella's not here, we can kind of, you know, collaborate on a decision. My vote is going to be Fireball.
My
I
vote.
also vote Fireball.
Fireball.
Hit Yelita with it if she has to.
Is there a consensus on Fireball?
I mean, if you want, I can go
Fireball,
run downstairs real quick and
centered
make sure.
right here.
Yeah, hang on. Let me get the big circle.
Child.
Five,
We know he's a straw man. It's the only way.
Focus fire on the boy.
Focus fire the boy.
Dude, where's my skeletons
Radius
with
is correct.
fireball beads when I need them?
It is not. One more. Fireball is a big radius. Buddy.
Yeah, she could put that. I think she could hit literally everything.
Yes,
Horrifying.
and literally no one else.
Oh, is Zelina actually not getting caught?
Yeah. Literally no
Wow.
one's gonna get caught. Just the dinosaurs and that poor tree in the middle.
That's okay. The tree's also probably a dinosaur. We'll teach you to be vulnerable to fire.
You're not wrong. It might also be a dinosaur. Stick around and find out.
Find out. Treeosaurus.
Let me just roll 6 dex saves real fast.
He's been. Oh wait, I counted 5 dinosaurs. Where's the 6th
Alright.
tree?
Well, the bad news is, I just rolled 3 dice. There's a 16, 16, 19 naturally. Okay, and then they turned south for the 3 others with a 7, 9, and a 12. All right, so
Okay.
pretty much a half and half split.
It's okay.
Let's roll some fireball damage. As soon as the character sheet loads. Fireball.
86. That's
Same as
same
last time.
damage time as last time.
Whoa.
24. Is 24 average?
4 times
27.
6. Yes. Oh no, I'm sorry, 68. I did that backwards. So
Like 28 is average-ish.
68, 4 times. I can't math right now.
You like 8 times 3.5. It's the
True.
average, right?
But, oh. Yeah, 28. So we've been getting some below average fireballs.
It's okay. It's a new spell. She's got to get used to it.
Yep.
She only wants
Just
to
like-
set the tree on fire a little bit.
Estella just woke up one morning and was like, you know what I want to do? I just want to really blow things up. And that's how sorcerers learn magic.
Yep.
Not even an exaggeration. Because that's just how sorcerers are. Math is hard. Oh, I really goofed on HP on the first ones already. Hang on.
Now Dyer plays the game of are my tokens linked?
They aren't.
No.
I don't do any of that. I ain't got time to spend all that time in Roll20. You kidding me? I could. I just don't. For some reason, I don't like to. I tend to do more things by hand. It's a bit of my holdover from going from physical games to online.
Mhm.
But I need to actually focus on the math real quick.
Take your time.
I know. We good. You know, the upside to having big blasty spellcasters in your party is that they soften up large groups really well.
Oh yeah.
Because all of these creatures are looking none too great. Some might say 3 of them are bloody.
Don't leave home without your blaster.
However, they really didn't like that.
They're gonna just proceed to flash Estella to Kingdom Come.
Well, so the upside is dinosaurs aren't very smart. So it's going to run straight up to Yelena. It's because it's just a group of Yelenas. As a matter of fact, it's probably not going to get that. It's probably going to get about that. And it is going, as everyone's figured out, it's going to flash Yelena and her mirror images. Because it thinks it's a big group. And it does so in a cone. So it would have effectively flashed what would have been a whole group of enemies, but it's just Yelena. So Yelena, please make a Constitution saving. Well, you're fine. Nothing happens. Core. I mean, other than the fact that you would have seen it flash a bright thing of light in Yelena's direction, but Yelena was still. Yes, Core.
This tree here.
Yes.
How's that thing looking?
On fire and mostly gone.
Does it look like that with the right effort, it could be pulled down on like maybe a group of these dinos? Like say with a grappling hook and an athletics check.
Perhaps if it were anyone other than a 70-pound halfling. Mostly due to the fact that where the fireball impacted, the tree is leaning predominantly towards the lake.
We don't want that. Okay.
So you could. It is difficult.
All right. I'm not gonna try and do that since it definitely looks like it would be like a task. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna use our sling and we're gonna lob it at the one closest to Yelena.
Okay.
Does a 14 connect?
14 hits.
All right, I'll roll my sneak attack. Also.
Yep.
The damage on this one is fire still. 16 damage
Nice.
Whoa.
to this friend.
Good solid hit.
Core is then going to run here and try to hide amongst the the tree here.
Mm-hmm. So the purple is shrub and bush. The red are trees.
Okay, shrub and bushes
Just
seems
so
better.
But yeah, the bushes are better. For... Okay, 17. All right. Let's see how this is going to go. It is going to notice that there are more people attacking from the sides, and it is going to fan out. And it is, funnily enough, going to do something similar to Core, which is it's going to run up to Yelena. It's going to actually, like, from its position, leap about 10 to 15 feet. And is going to attempt to pounce on Yelena. So it's going to make a bite attack against you first. Which is just going to straight up miss. Mirror image.
Mirror image AC is 15.
Yeah, it's gonna miss. So it is not going to successfully pounce against you. It is going to attempt to rake you with a talon on the way by, though. Which is exactly a 15.
Alright, let's see. I believe I still have to roll to see if it even targets the image, right?
Yeah, each time a creature targets you with an attack during the spell's duration, roll d20 to determine whether the attack hits. Yeah, so you need to roll d20, and then depending upon what it is, we will know whether or not if it hit you or a copy.
That should copy.
Yep, it hit a copy. So one of your copies, it only has 1 HP, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just,
first
if
it
it
gets
gets
destroyed.
hit.
Okay, so you have 2 copies.
Ability.
It is surprised that there was nothing there, and then it skitters into the brush like, and is going to attempt, but not as well.
May I use my reaction to take an attack against it as it moves?
You can.
I will do that. It's a min damage crit, but it's a crit.
Wow, you weren't kidding.
Aren't we have like special rules for like crits?
Yeah, isn't it like full damage and then you roll
Yeah.
attack damage?
You roll 1 set of dice, and the second set is maximized.
Yeah, that's why I have the plus 6 on the other one. Then I get an additional dice because of a racial feature.
God, oh, that's right, because you're Desert Born, right?
Yeah. So this is correct. Quinn has done a great job of setting up their sheet to make it work like this.
Okay.
So, yes, that is the most minimum of crits possible.
Still not bad.
But it's still a good raking slash across its flanks as it tries to flee from you. You think you even catch like a major chunk of muscle, and as it previously was going to hide, and now has a great narrative reason as to why it doesn't hide as well, is that it kind of collapses into the bush instead of actually hiding. This one still doesn't like what it's seeing. It's going to get here, and then it is going to also attempt to flash. And they've got big old cones. Yelena Habanero. Not Cor. I need Constitution saves, please.
Not as good. I'll blue inspiration. I've got 2 left still. The dice give it, the dice take us away.
Not bad.
Okay, Habanero, you succeed. Yelena, this one catches you off guard as you're coming out of the opportunity attack, and it runs up and it flashes this huge area. You are blinded. You are blinded for 1 minute.
Oof.
But that is all it can do. This one is going to fan out as well. And it is not going to notice Core, so it is literally going to run right by.
Does it provoke?
It does.
We're gonna stab him with a dagger. We'll do this at advantage.
We're still.
Didn't see this coming.
No, we didn't. Oh,
So,
you guys.
So let me just hit this. So the second one, I don't know which one is supposed to be maximized, but I'll roll 3d6 and then add 18 to that.
Yep.
30.
Yeah, so your sling worked out, funnily enough, because you rolled max on one of the dice, and then the other one rolled. So you would do 9 plus all of your sneak attack, but you just did all of them. 36. That's a lot of damage. You hamstring this poor thing, as it is literally pretty healthy and good looking, and it just sort of trots on by, and then just from the brushes you reach out with a dagger and stick it underneath into its ribs, and suddenly it doesn't even, it takes a moment for it to realize that it's so badly wounded, and then when it gets to where it is, it almost collapses on the spot as you're just watching this purple blood gushing from underneath onto the grass. Good. Dinosaurs, not that smart. This one's gonna attack Yelena twice. Fighting a talon.
First one targets her. Second one also targets her.
Oh, that's unfortunate. So the first one's a hit. It's a natural 18 to 23.
That definitely hits.
And then an 18.
18 will hit, yes.
Okay. So we got a bite and a claw. The claw is 5 points of piercing damage. And the bite is 7 points of piercing. The claw, sorry. The claw is 7 points of slashing.
5 and 7.
Yeah, so 12 total.
She's kind of like just throwing her swords around, trying to parry whatever's coming at her, but gets nicked a few times.
There are a lot of these things here. Haba. And Nero.
So, first thing that's going to happen, Nero is going to run up 30 feet from forward,
Mm-hmm.
and then Haba's going to cast a spell.
Mm-hmm.
So as Nero runs forward, he starts glowing with a like a dull gray, and then when he reaches this point, he's going to explode. I'm going to cast. Where's that? Where's the button for it? And I'm going to cast Energy Eruption.
Yeah, give us that button.
Right. Any number of creatures of your choice within 10 feet of your companion must make a dex save, throw, or take 3d8 force damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. Obviously, discluded. Yeah. I'm discluded. I'm not hitting Yelena.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's very handy.
Ain't
Yes.
it? 4 dex saves.
I'll go and roll.
DC 16. I have 2 successes and 2 failures.
Okay.
Good damage, too.
Yeah.
Good
not
damage.
bad.
All right. The energy explodes outward. Half of 17 is round down here. It explodes outwards, concussing many of these, in such a way that they are dazed for a brief moment, uncertain as to what has just happened. Math. Simple math in me some days. It's like I'm on point, and other days it's like, what is math?
I totally get it.
But these creatures are rocked. I feel like they weren't well prepared for all the AoE.
I'm not done yet.
Oh yeah, sure, of course not. That's just Taba.
Yeah. I'm glad I took that alternative instead of, do I want to attack twice or do I want to just have 2 full turns?
Action economy, everybody. Learn a lesson today.
Yep. Alright, so, and then Hob is like, give him another one! Alright, I'm gonna Edict Strike. Which is the worst looking off between these two? Right here.
They're looking both pretty shook.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hit
Okay,
the one
they're
that's
about the
next.
same.
Okay, I'm gonna hit this one next to Yelena.
Okay. Shoot.
Is that advantage because of a strike?
Hit.
I'm assuming 21 hits.
Oh yeah.
Alright, so that's 16 plus 10. I think that's
Alrighty then.
overkill. Yeah.
It's unceremonious and clean. Just a huge overhead chop that literally separates the front half of this creature's body from its back. It is dead.
Alright, and that's my turn.
Sure. This creature's finally getting a turn. But Dinosaur, it's going to attack Nero.
Do it.
That first one, I think is going to miss 13.
Misses.
Second attack. Oh, that one's a little better. That's a 23.
Yep, that'll hit.
All right, I rolled better on the damage dice this time. 13 points of slashing damage.
Got it.
All I can do. Corbish stays in the water. No one's surprised. Yelena.
Yelena is blinded. And the one that was fighting her directly next to her, well, I assume she knows the sound of somebody getting cut in half.
Yeah. Oh, if it just had been anything else, there would have been a little gray area. But no, this is like a, like, yeah. There's a very obvious impact sound of something heavy falling.
I think, yeah, blinded's pretty nasty. She's going to take a dodge action and just kind of steady herself. Let me double check. Does this require sight? Yes, that creature you can see. She cannot healing word herself because she cannot see herself. She also cannot hand out a bardic inspiration, I don't believe.
I think that only requires, I think it's sight or hearing.
Yeah, you can hand it out to.
Oh yeah, one who can see or hear you. I'm going to hand one to Estella, my last one.
Okay.
This one comes off a little weird. There's kind of it's almost like a flame that just kind of bounces from Yelena towards her.
Okay.
Because I'm hoping that she'll use it in the nice Tasha's way of she can add it to spell damage.
Hell yeah.
Hi,
is
Sam.
it?
You fireballed
Oh,
again.
heck yeah.
And I hit a bunch of
kind
dinosaurs.
Nice. Oh, I like that.
But yeah, that'll be Yelena's turn. She's just dodging to hopefully, stop herself from getting torn apart by the several things surrounding her.
It's reasonable. And well-timed. Estella, it is your turn. To catch you up real quickly, the party entered into a small valley where they watched a group of relatively, large, between 100 and 150 pound dinosaurs chasing after young Corbish, who dove into a lake trying to save himself. The party ran after and caught up, where initiative immediately began, and people hid themselves, ready to fight. Estella, since you were away briefly, I figured a good opportunity that all the dinosaurs were grouped together, and funnily enough, we could get it in the middle where it hit no one but the dinosaurs. We opened up with a fireball, as the whole party agreed upon, and it was pretty successful. From there, everyone else has just been, honestly, these things have been picked apart by the whole group. Between the fireball, Narrow moved in, did a destructive wave of energy, which hit 4 and hurt many of them. There's pretty much only one that's actually above half HP. All the other ones are like below a 6 now. Regardless, all of these things are hurt very badly. The only thing that's worth noting about them is that they have this ability, based off of their fins on their head, to flash and blind creatures, which everyone succeeded against so far except Yelena, who is currently blind. And that's kind of where we're at. You are in the back, as a spellcaster should be, and it is your turn.
All right. So, I don't know why my second level slots were used up because I haven't used them up, but
Oh, yeah, that was weird.
I fixed it. It's fine. She'll cast Scorching Ray. Oh. Does the 13 hit anything?
13 does not.
Okay, that's fine.
Close. I don't know.
We're gonna start with this guy, by the way.
Okay. He's looking
Just
super
okay.
duper bad.
Alright, let's try again. 12 hits nothing.
Oh. One more. There we go.
6. I'll
All
add
right.
the Bardic die to this one. Because why not, you know?
Yep. Then plus a d8.
7.
Alright. It's mostly due to the fact that when it ran by Core stabbed him in the stomach and it wounded it so badly, its movements are very unpredictable in that it's swaying quite a bit. And so it was just hard to get a train on it, but the last bolt manages to collide with it and sends it careening down to the ground in a smoldering heap. He
Nice.
appears to be dead.
She just said, "That's one down," and then she leaves it at that.
All right. That's over. Screw you, Nero. Oh wow. The first one's gonna hit. 25.
Oh shoot! Yeah,
And the second one is also going to hit with a 23. Ow.
got it.
We're coming for blood.
Hang it on.
Claw attack better this time. The bite attack. Reverse that. The bite attack good. Claw attack not so good. But still, both attack hit some damage. 4 plus 3, 7 plus 7, 14 plus another 3, 17 points of cumulative damage of various physical types.
You said 14, right?
17.
17. Thank you.
Save.
I'm up. I'm fine.
Oh, he's fine. Everybody, he's fine. It's okay. What could go wrong?
I can't AoE again, but it's
Or-
fine.
Okay, who did Core give his hand crossbow to?
Nero.
Narrow.
Okay, that's fine. That's a problem. Alright.
I'm sorry.
Is it fine or is it a problem? Make up your mind.
Depends. Do you consider a vial of acid a light, finessable throwing weapon?
It's
No.
horrifying.
Given that you are not proficient in acid vials, since I believe the book notes goes out of the way to note that they're improvised attacks.
Do you consider a dagger one?
Yes, because it has both the finesse property and the light property.
Alright, Core will move here. And we'll make an attack with his rapier.
Okay.
He is 2-weapon fighting. So, that missed. What are the rules for 2-weapon fighting here? Does that cost a bonus action?
It doesn't. As long as you have a weapon in either hand and use an action to attack with a weapon in your main hand, you can attack with a weapon in your offhand for free.
Okay, cool. Then his offhand weapon attack will be the dagger. This is also okay. So we're gonna make
Taking this all really well.
Yeah, no, it's okay. We're gonna use a fancy footwork, so we're not going to provoke, and we're going to make a bonus action attack against the creature. Using finisher. Oh, one hand. Okay.
Yeah, a ranged weapon attack.
Yeah, I was thinking about throwing the dagger at it, but this is okay. If this doesn't work, because this is what I was just trying to like wrap my head around. Like, okay, how can I use this?
Yep.
That's why I wanted my crossbow.
Yeah, it's really intended to be done with like if you're fighting with a melee weapon in one hand and like a pistol or a hand crossbow in the other.
Okay, that's fine.
You could have also done it with your sling, technically.
I would have liked to have done that with my sling. It's just really, I don't know if I can like really do that, but like that's fine. I still would have rolled like really bad on that anyway.
I mean, mechanically, yes, you could have. Thematically, you have to imagine in your head how that's going to play.
Wrap it up real tightly here and just almost use it like a club.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I imagine it would get used. Alright. If the item make a violent attack with the light holding in your hand, you could use a bonus action to make a ranged weapon attack with the light hand holding in the other hand. Yeah, I could use these, I believe, a maneuver twice. But I think it refreshes on a. I think these refresh on a short rest. Okay.
I don't have your document in front of me, so you have to tell me.
Yeah, superiority. Okay. I don't think I was gonna go with the superiority. I think I was just gonna try to use the finisher here. So, I'll play this out like I wasn't going to use superiority. This is the first time I'm actually using this.
Mm-hmm.
So Core gets into melee. He takes the swing. He misses. Core then does not provoke. Rolls. Grabs his sling. Putting it together here with one hand. Spins in place and lobs something. Trying to like nail this thing directly in the face with that weapon.
Okay.
But not being used to the new cloth, lets go a little bit early, and the thing just kind of soars straight up into the air.
Okay.
Much to Core's
Chagrin.
yeah, more or less. That is gonna be his turn, though.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Appropriately, its turn. It's not going to leave you alone, Core.
That's fine.
But it is going to instead. It is going to use its flash ability, and it is going to flash. Own. It is going to get Core, Haba, and Estella. Need Constitution saves from all three.
Ah, buckets.
Here are the bad rolls.
Haba's fine. Core is not. And Estella's wonderful. What flash? Sun's just a little bright.
Oh, it's spotlight for my show.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bright. Just a
Yeah,
little
yeah, yeah. So actually, the real bad news. So, Core, you're blind. But because you failed it by 5 or more, you are also stunned until the end of your next turn.
Great. Okay.
Oh no!
Gets worse.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that was.
Yeah, no one else had failed that badly yet. Because they like hunting as a pack. We're going to make some Nero sashimi.
Don't you do it? Don't you do it.
24?
Yep.
25. 18
Do
and a
it.
19. You said not to do it, but I'm over here and unfortunately doing it. 2 plus 4 is
Had to
6.
do it.
6 plus 3 is 9.
I'm down.
Yeah, not 9 plus 8 is 17 plus 3 is 20.
Oh wait, no, I'm in
Yes.
HP now.
You have HP. You are shaken.
Yes. Okay.
But then it dealt a crap ton more. Then it dealt a crap ton more damage. But the good news is,
Yep.
how much HP? Well, actually, so this is important. How much HP did you have?
Before this, I had 4 HP.
Okay, so it would have hit you
Resolve.
with, its bite attack, dealing 11 points of damage, which would have dropped you to 0. 0 resolve,
Got it.
and then it would hit you with the claw attack to follow up with that, which would deal 2 plus 4 plus 3, 9.
Okay.
9 HP.
Okay.
So,
Because the damage doesn't spill over, it hard stops, right?
yeah, it hard stops. That's super important to remember, because that will, in several circumstances, I imagine, save people's lives.
Yes.
So up until that point, Nero, who's being harried on all sides by these creatures, his armor is taking brunt of the blow. He's narrowly avoiding. He's getting exhausted and tired. And then finally, when this one just catches him from behind, lands on top of him, he's pinned, and then that's when it rakes its claws across his back, and it cuts into a chunk of his shoulder and neck where you are now visibly bleeding.
That would actually hurt.
Abba, what are you gonna do about it?
I'm gonna heal. I'm gonna heal myself, but also Nero.
Do remember, when you heal, you can only heal one pool or the other. I'm going to assume you're going to heal some resolve.
Yes, I want more resolve back. All right. This is just first level because I'm out of second level slots. Ooh,
Wow, that's
not
good.
bad. Right, so 12 resolve, and that tops up Haba to
Yep.
max.
And you are no longer shaken.
Right. I think it's payback time.
Ah, there's a stats icon you can make.
Which one was the one that bit into my actual HP?
The north
We're gonna
one.
be spiteful. North one?
The north.
Right, we're swinging. Do I want to? They're all like pretty worse for wear, right?
Yeah, there's only one creature that's moderately healthy. All the other ones, actually, yeah. It's actually the one north of you is the one that's in best shape. All the other ones are looking pretty rough.
No. Spiteful. Edict Strike.
Yep.
Right, this is advantage. It's 14 hit.
14 just hits.
Whew. Right, so it's 14 slashing damage plus 13, 27
Oof.
slashing damage.
All right, which one were you hitting?
North.
North. All right. You cut a significant wound into this creature's chest, and it is spewing blood. It is still alive, but it is on death's door.
Okay. Let's see. Can't really move without provoking opportunity attacks. Okay. That's fine. That is my turn.
Okay. Oh, let's see if your luck continues to not hold out. It seems to be the case. Oh, okay. No, hang on. It worked out at least on the second. So you got the first one. The first attack will hit you. The second one will miss.
Okay.
So this one, the one of the southern ones, is gonna bite you for 4 points of piercing damage.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah,
not too bad.
I rolled a 1.
Whew.
So it is going to latch onto you, trying to pull it away from its heavily wounded pack member. Corbish stays in the wall. Yelena.
The bigger plesiosaur pops up. With Corvish.
And just to double check, there is no repeat save at the end of my turn or anything to get rid of the blindness.
Double checking. Correct.
Alright. Well, I assume that she can hear the one that is right next to her. And probably the sound of Nero fighting a bunch of them. Just going to step over slightly and ignite her blades. And she's just gonna start swinging blind with disadvantage.
Yeah, still gonna hit.
And the second one. She's pretty angry, apparently.
So we're gonna make note of that first one. When the blade connects and you slash across its flank, it just can no longer hold itself up and it goes down.
She can't really see that though, so she's gonna swing at the air for the second one.
Okay. I mean, you probably still managed to connect with it.
Stabs it while it's falling down. But that is her turn.
Okay. Estella.
Excuse the SpongeBob in the background.
All right.
She's gonna set up about 15 feet next to Haba, and then she's going to use infestation. 18 hit.
18 does.
Oh. Does infestation have a level input? Nope. The spell's 1d6, 2d6 once it's at this level. I don't know what it has. I'm just gonna roll it because I have to fix that on my sheet.
Okay.
But it's 2d6. Oops. Roll 2d6 roll.
Almost. There we go.
There you go.
Who was your target?
My target was that guy.
Okay. It will hit. He will be infested and swarmed by magical insects. What direction do you want him to move 5 feet in?
I want him to move 5 feet that way.
Okay. And as he's swatting and clawing at them, trying to get them away from his face and ears, he just meanders off 5 feet.
Yep. That's it.
Okay. I don't know why I closed the initiative order. That was weird. Dinosaur? Dinosaur. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna continue flipping the bird to Nero in particular because he's here. Yep. 24 and a modified 20.
Got it.
So, bite attack. I rolled poorly again. 5 points of piercing damage.
Cool.
And the claw attack. 9 points of slashing damage.
Back in HP.
Okay. You are shaken, not stirred. But that's all I can afford to do. Core.
I'm stunned.
You are stunned. End of your turn. And then it's the end of your turn, and you are no longer stunned.
Am I blinded?
You are still blinded.
Okay.
For a minute. It is a long effect. This guy, swarmed by insects. It's chasing after them, but then sees people. No, it's gonna go after the small, blinded target. That seems like something a dinosaur would do. Wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you? The first one's a 24 to hit. The second one is an 18.
I'm going to see if I have a feature for one of those. Let's see.
What is the feature and which one? Would it happen to be Uncanny Dodge?
I cannot use Uncanny Dodge because it requires me to see the creature that's going to hit me. It's a racial feature.
Okay.
I need to see where I wrote it down. I cannot use my racial feature because it requires line of sight.
Okay.
Good to know. Give me a second. Requires me to not be the target of things. Alright, continue.
Alright. The bite attack is 7 points of piercing. And the claw attack is 10 points of slashing.
Okay.
I really should have made better use of these creatures' bounce abilities. I completely forgot about them after the first round. What the hell it is. But Core, this creature, you're blinded, still partially dazed. It turns around and Estella and Haba, you watch as it just lands on top of Core and is like trying to snap and claw at him. And he's just kind of doing the classic roll around on the ground, just narrowly avoiding each one. Haba.
Alright, we're gonna heal Neuro again.
Hey,
From a
bro,
distance.
don't fix it.
I'm sorry that I'm heal botting, but
No, that's what you gotta do. What you gotta do.
actually, yeah, I do.
Because remember, when you're shaken, you make attacks at disadvantage.
Mhm.
And saves basically everything.
We could,
So many shiny buttons. Which
Yeah,
one?
I know. Which one do
Literally.
I push?
You must
It
decide.
would be. I think it would be funny instead. We Edict Strike again, but this time we're gonna use our action to cast Imbued Strike on Nero. You imbue a creature with soul magic to make their strike hit extra hard. Target a creature you can see. The first time that creature hits another creature with a weapon attack before the start of your next turn, that attack will deal an extra D4 force damage or D6 if it's my companion. This
Okay.
increases to 2d4 or 2d6 at 5th level, so
Okay. You're just
Yeah.
stacking a bunch of d6 on it.
yeah, a 7d6 greatsword swing.
What are you, a rogue?
Kinda.
I really need to review this too. Those numbers are getting up there.
Yeah.
But swing away,
Advantage
Meryl.
will advantage will cancel out the disadvantage. 22.
Yeah, it's still gonna hit.
Alright, this is 7d6.
Yeah, unless you roll all ones, he's a dead man. Most certainly did not.
What is that? 33 points of damage?
He's dead. He's incredibly dead. Cannot emphasize how badly murdered he is. With that just huge swinging arc of butcher's knife that catches it from neck to tail, and you literally cut it horizontally.
Jeez.
And it has a moment where it's still resting on top of itself, and then it flops, and the top half rolls off, and then the legs collapse.
Oof. I'm picturing just like the greatsword charge animation. So yeah, Edict Strike, that's a level 2 charge. Imbued Strike plus Edict, that's level 3.
Never getting away from the Monster Hunter after the dinosaur thing.
Nope.
Anything more from the twins?
No, that'll be it.
Okay. Well, 2 out of 6 dinos left. This one's watching its friends get cut down, but it sees a really severely wounded enemy in front of it. It's gonna really try to hurt you.
Got it.
The bite's gonna miss.
Oh shoot.
17 to hit.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm just checking something first. Yep.
Okay. Oh, nice. 6 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Orbish, water, Yelena.
Yelena kind of grits her teeth and is going to, use her small bit of speech to just shout out, Nero, where are they?
In front of me, to the right. My left, my left, my left, my left. And by his left, he means right here. So it's
We're
going
gonna
off the portrait.
ask
I'm
the
going off the
DM.
portrait.
I'm going to ask the DM if that's enough information for me to pull.
At the end of the day, make a perception check. Because it's one of those, well, you know, Nero was surrounded a moment ago, so you don't really know what his front or back is. But you can figure it out. It's mostly by listening to the foot placements of everyone here. It's very much just kind of like dancing in a group. You can keep track of people based off of where you know their footsteps are. And so you sort of track how Nero's been moving, how these things have been attacking, and you know, more or less, that the last enemy is right there.
Yeah, she's gonna charge forward. The scimitar is still flaming. This time she's gonna cast green flame blade as well. She's going to make her first swing. Disadvantage. 12 will not hit, I don't believe.
Nope.
Green flame blade is wasted, but I believe I can still make a bonus or not bonus action, but extra 2-weapon fighting attack, right?
Correct. How it is designed.
25 to hit.
25 rolled hit.
Oh shit! Yeah, disadvantage. That's right.
But it is still like 11 damage.
Okay. You do connect, but it is still alive. Despite the flaming blade cutting through a front section of its chest.
That would be her turn still.
Okay. Has Estella returned?
She's dying in the bathroom.
Oh, okay. Bathroom death is unfortunate. Call an ambulance.
It is very unfortunate.
But we're gonna do infestation. We're gonna see if Sam managed to fix it. I'm gonna click the button. It's asking to cast at what level. That sounds incorrect, but I'm just gonna try one of those.
That doesn't seem right for a cantrip.
Yeah, this doesn't.
No, that
right.
doesn't. But that base damage is pretty good.
Yeah, like so. I mean, the higher level cast is incorrect, but the bottom one is technically correct because it was still 2d6. I mean, I'll take the 11.
It doesn't look like it's.
I gotta go. I'm just gonna go read this spell. Let me just remind myself what infestation does.
Yeah, I think it's a con save versus.
Yes, target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw, or takes 2d6 poison damage and moves 5 feet in a random direction.
That
we
DC
rolled.
Looks, yeah,
Yes,
that DC
Sam's
looks
DC
like
is much higher. It's a 6.
Look like it's just not tied to her spell DC.
Yeah. So it isn't completely fixed, but we're making strides. Oh, this thing's have a decent amount of con. 8 crit. I think it's going to succeed.
Oof.
So despite all odds, it is still very much alive. Core, you are blind and you have this thing attempting to harm you in a great amount. Would you like to do?
Well, he's blinded, so I feel like him trying to hide from something he can't see when he can't see his surroundings is a bit cheesy. So I thought about what he's going to do, and Core is going to kind of focus as this thing is moving about, and he slides directly under it, and he is going to use the aim action to train a bead on it. I'm going to cancel out the disadvantage. And he will strike forward with a rapier. That's a 17 hit.
17 does.
I get my sneak attack.
Why do you get? Oh, right, ricochet.
I'm a swashbuckler.
Yeah, you're good. Okay.
Let's see, what else can I do here? Because I had to use my bonus action for that.
Well, can I inform you the outcome of your attack first?
Of course.
Okay. As you are rolling around attempting to clamp onto it, you jab your rapier up into its abdomen, listening to where it is and its breathing and snapping jaws, and it falls down and slumps onto your blade, where you roll just out of the way and prevent it from landing on you. The beast is felled.
I think Core just waits there very, very, very patiently. The creature kind of just slumped on his blade, having just caught it through the heart.
Mm-hmm.
It's very calm.
Weird.
You gotta stay calm.
Okay.
And then be loud at other times when, habanero aren't cooking your favorite meal. Because one of them is being eaten by a raptor.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. It's fine.
Is it?
Now we heal Nero.
Speaking of habanero.
Yes. Alright. Cure wounds. Heal resolve for 12.
Your cure wounds averages are nuts.
Yeah, they really are. That's like the set. That's the second one. The
Mhm.
roll 7. Alright, yeah. And we'll just make a regular swing at this guy, because I only have like one more edict left, and I should probably save it.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
15 slashing damage.
Oh yeah. That will finish that beastie off. Another good lop of yet another head. And it goes down. Seems, for the time being, there are no further creatures threatening you or the young child you've been here to rescue.
Okay, I think I fixed it.
You want me to throw another lizard at you so you can find out?
Yeah, I don't know why I keep saying cast at what level, but the
I ha-
DC and everything else should be fine.
I have one prepared.
She
Yes,
didn't say
please.
no.
Do you want another dinosaur?
Yes.
Okay.
Where's the Anjanath?
Oh no.
I see.
Corbish pokes his head out of the water, hearing the commotion die down, and looks towards you all. And that's when you all notice the water that he's standing in begins to ripple.
Huh.
And you all begin to see trees bend and branches break, as in the distance, this enormous 25-foot tall, heavily scaled lizard creature begins marching towards you, and all the commotion you've been causing. Corbish, with plenty of common sense, begins running this.
So you
It's
said
like-
we see it. That means we don't have the blinded condition anymore.
No, you're still blinded, awkwardly enough. Unfortunately, you weren't giving the extra 40 seconds you needed to not be blind.
Okay, but how much time do we have?
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, Yelena's timing is a little bit lower than yours. Because the condition lasts for a minute based off of the effect. If I recall correctly, Core, you have just shy of 45 seconds. Yelena, you're probably closer to about 30.
Should I just have Nero grab Yelena by the hand to guide her as we start running?
Yeah, that seems
I'm
reasonable.
assuming we're gonna run.
Running seems like the appropriate decision in this case.
Yeah,
No, in
I
this
can't
case.
use any of my class features.
He's gonna get infested, you know what I'm saying? Push him back 5 feet.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the ingredient dyes I'd get for this to be worth it, guys. Come on.
I mean, I got a way to maybe make it go away, but he requires me to actually have use of my eyes.
Same.
Yeah. Can't fight while blind. Can't do anything about the blinded condition, so...
Noted.
it's-
Blind is very powerful against you. I learned a long time ago, blinded against rogues is actually really strong.
The blinded condition against spellcasters is also,
Yep.
it's basically you don't get to use your class. Blinded
But no-
5e is like,
It's
I think
really
it
underrated.
actually underrated and incredibly powerful. Deafen, on the other hand, Deafen, like, does
Useless.
nothing.
If anything, it actually saves you from a couple of conditions.
Yeah, it's like I would, yeah, I don't know. If an ability says you can see, bye.
Yep. Okay. So we're gonna do something that I hope goes better than I want it to, which is we're going to do a bit of a skill challenge to see if you can escape the dinosaur. Unless you want to fight it, you're more than welcome to opt into fighting. But it sounded like people were saying run.
If they weren't blinded, I would be down to, but
I will take a general consensus. If it's run, it's a skill challenge. If it's fight, well, that explains itself.
Out of character, I'd be totally down to fight it, but I would prefer to run for like 40 seconds first.
I would prefer to be able to use my features. Unless like I can like wash the flash bomb out of my eye. I don't know.
Estella's gonna pick up Core.
Why is no one getting Corbish? Is my question.
He's running towards you
Corbish
guys.
got legs.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
running. He can see.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
I
weren't
don't
moving
know.
anymore until a decision was made about what was happening.
My answer right now is run, because I can't see, therefore I can't fight. I am the King Arthur beam.
My glasses.
Unless someone has a way to make Yelena and I not blind, either through some crazy stuff or a magical spell of some kind, we're out of luck.
There are always fate dice.
I mean, I have acid splash if you want it.
Wait, clean your eyes out with some of my acid.
Wash your eyes out with this, quick.
I don't have prestidigitation, unfortunately.
I mean, I used my fate dice the previous session on something I was reaching for, and it didn't
Wait,
really. Yeah, when I rolled my D100, I got like garbage roll again, and it about it did nothing from it via knowledge. That's just me being honest on that. So I don't know. The only thing I can think of is possibly taking that item and splashing that cold water on his face, but like I don't think that's gonna do anything.
Yep. If this were poison in the eyes, it would be different. It is not. It was just a flash. So yes, in order for this blinded condition to wear off, you either need something magical to fix it, or you just need to let time.
Well, I think running for it is probably the better option. There's always the chance that we fail the skill challenge and we end up fighting it anyway.
Infestation will be his death.
Yeah, I mean, I have something here. Like I said, it just requires me to see it, or maybe pass something off to someone else here. But I'd rather be the one who gets to use my cool stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like I said, Estella's just gonna pick you up.
It's fine, so long as someone's getting Corbish.
Again, as soon as I hear the decision that it's run, things will then move into motion.
Right. Oh, let's run.
Is that the
Yeah.
consensus?
Yeah, run. The
Okay.
skill checks it is.
All right, skill challenge. Again, we're not doing anything nuts. Corbish is just now lumped in with your group. So, rough marching order. How do you guys want to be arranged?
Yeah, that works.
Yelena is being led by the hand, so she's wherever Nero is.
Yeah.
Cora's given a piggyback ride.
All right, where's Haba?
Haba is somewhere in the middle between everybody else.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep, that sounds about right.
So
Or that
something
looks about
something
right.
like that.
Yeah. I'd say so.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, you're going to begin to flee. This is a skill challenge, so when I come to you in the order, which we are going to be just doing front to back. We're not going to be using the initiative. I'm just going to get rid of this for now until it becomes slightly more relevant. Think of a skill in which you are proficient that may be able to aid your flight. And ideally, unless convinced otherwise, you cannot use a skill that someone else has already used.
Okay.
So we're going to start off with the duo pair, and we're going to do it since several people are grouped up with a duo pair of Core and Estella. What skill would you like to use? Or how are you going to use a skill to get the party going?
I have an idea, but let Sam speak first.
Every fiber of my being says intimidate the fucking, or the frickin' dinosaur. Honestly, the you know.
Do you want something to help you intimidate?
Yeah, that would be pretty good.
Sure. Core is going to. Well, he's reaching for it. Core pulls out the sewage bomb. And Core just says, this thing probably doesn't smell very good, but if this thing gets close enough, just use it and maybe it'll help dissuade it.
Alright, sounds good.
And if they can actually see something, I'm gonna try to throw it in its mouth. Whatever it is.
It's better than nothing.
That being said, Core just, I'm gonna be using sleight of hand. I'm gonna be throwing caltrops all over the ground because this thing is still, at the end of the day, a giant lizard and stepping on something like, spikes.
Okay.
Probably gonna hurt.
All right.
5 bags of caltrops, I guess. I'll just dump them all. They don't weigh that much.
No, they don't. So Estella, what are you deciding to stick with?
I'm just trying to look over like her feature. Silver tongue would only work on a humanoid, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or at the
just
very
triple
least,
check.
perhaps if it were smarter than 2 intelligence, it might matter. But
Okay. That's
dinosaurs
fair.
are
Yeah,
not smart.
She's going to intimidate.
Okay. So what are you going to do to try to intimidate it?
She's gonna bare her teeth and growl.
Okay.
But
I mean,
like,
I
depending
respect
on
the
role,
attempt.
It's either gonna be a meaty growl or a really sad one. One of the two.
All right. I respect the attempt. All right. Core, give me a sleight of hand check.
Okay. Do you want me to roll a disadvantage because I'm blind?
I mean, you're just throwing caltrops behind you, I'm assuming, right?
Pretty much.
I mean, it doesn't really take any particular finesse to do so. You just might be hitting a couple of your allies with caltrops in the process.
Fine.
I think just a straight roll is fine for you.
Okay.
I will ask for an intimidation check from Estella at disadvantage because, well, roaring and growling at a T-Rex, it requires a certain amount of grit to be able to succeed at.
A certain amount of finesse.
Yeah.
That's totally fair.
Double net 20s, here we go.
I believe in you. Use your inspiration to cancel this out. This is the power of Estella.
Well, he has low intelligence. Maybe it'll work.
We're gonna find out. Well, I refreshed my Roll20 page. Haba.
I could do something really messed up.
Go on.
No, I'm not. That's super out of character. Okay.
Tripulita, leave for dead.
No, I was gonna say throw a horse patch and just say get that instead.
Fair.
But no.
Now, honestly, not that messed up. It's only like an, weirdly animated horse patch. I think I've heard crazier things.
Oh, I'm bored. Oh no.
Is this a
trying to
friend?
survive. Yeah.
he's gonna you throw the horse patch and you fail the skill challenge, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex mounts the horse to get an extra action to get closer.
They
It is
become
a
friends, and now
human-sized
the horse
creature
is trying to trap
riding a
us.
large-sized creature. There are no rules against this. It's coming
There,
for you.
I mean, there are rules against it, but okay. We're gonna move past that shenanigans.
Survival.
Haba, what are you doing?
All right. Survival.
Okay. How are you gonna use survival?
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna take I'm gonna take some jerky I have,
Uh-huh.
like all of my jerky, and I'm gonna throw it in this direction, away from us.
All right. I have to ask, and I know it's an arbitrary number we're going to make up, but I really have to ask, how much jerky do you have on you?
So what I imagined this is the jerky just being a couple of his normal ingredients dice that he gets at the start of the day. So I was gonna throw like three ingredient dice worth of we don't even have to call it jerky, but just random assortments of meat.
Yeah, just ingredients.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
like
yeah. So
food.
you're gonna expend some ingredient dice.
Yes, I want to try and keep my my plesiosaur meat, but I want to just try and get rid of some of the basic stuff.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
here, I'm going to do something and maybe help out someone else, which is instead of a survival check, you're going to make a cooking utensils check.
Okay.
And do it based off of wisdom.
Wisdom, got it.
Yeah. And how many ingredients dice are you going to throw?
3 ingredient dice.
Okay, so you can add a +3 bonus to this.
Okay. All right. Okay, so it's a 20.
It's really good.
Yep.
All right. Next up down the line, Nero and Yelena.
As we're running, Nero's gonna use athletics. He's gonna pick up a sizable rock and just throw it at his face. Like, get out of here.
Right, it's going to throw a rock in his general direction.
Oh no.
It's really in his general direction.
Shoo.
Gonna try something a bit strange.
I'm here for it.
So, unfortunately, major image requires sight, so I can't use that. But minor illusion doesn't.
Okay.
I'm going to minor illusion to, basically like 30 feet to my left, just make the rustling of bushes
All right.
to make it seem like something's there. And I'm hoping to use performance to throw my voice to kind of add to the effect that there is something there that might be an easier target.
Okay. I'll take it.
18.
Pretty good. And Corbish and Hatner, who I'm just going to sort of lump together for the sake of their check. Given it was left to them, they're going to take stealth. And Hatner is more or less just going to guide and provide some heads-up places, just, you know, various locations where he knows it'll narrow the profile of you guys as you run from the side of the creature, because he's noticed its eyes are on either side of its head, and its vision would be very narrow. Oh, good for him. That's a modified 20.
Nice.
And with that, it is a success. We have 4 successes and 2 failures. And so, as you begin just running back up this slope, weaving in between trees, throwing things in its direction to cause its attention to go elsewhere, which is successful. It does veer occasionally, and you see it just thrash through bushes and trees, trying to find something, and then when it finds nothing, it resumes its march in your direction. But you manage to gain enough distance that it is a safe distance away, and the vision of your companions return. Do you wish to keep fleeing, or do you wish to turn and engage?
Out of character, what do you guys think?
You want to fight a T-Rex?
Kind of do, but
Think about the carbs.
don't you do this to me, Don. Don't you appeal to my base reptile monster hunter brain?
He just wakes up and he's suddenly sunbathing on a rock in the middle of the hot desert, far away from the problems of humans. Cider has reverted to his natural self, the base monster hunter reptile. Eat a fly, lick his eyeball, carve the Teostra. These are the needs of Cider.
I can't even fight Teostra yet. He's next patch.
I think it's probably for the best to just keep running.
I'm okay
These
with this.
carbs.
In character, it makes the most sense to
Yeah,
sense to
keep
run.
running. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can Yelena get a good look at it now that she's not blind?
I mean, make a perception check. You guys are now a good distance away from it, so let's see what you see.
I'll blow inspiration. Okay.
No, it's an 8. It really is.
That's twice this has happened this session.
What exactly sort of information were you looking to gather?
Just like the general idea of what it looks like because she hasn't actually seen it yet.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, you don't get any great detail, but you can turn around and you can see what is this enormous 25-foot tall lizard. It is just literally just shoulder checking trees down. It has, very small arms, huge hind legs, and just an enormous jaw. Probably in your best interest that you didn't stop and fight it.
I refuse to believe that I've actually seen this thing with that roll.
No, you didn't.
Go
Estella
ahead.
would be happy to describe what she sees if there's anything she can see.
Everything.
Everything.
Yeah, you see pretty much very specific details of a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yep, she'll tell Yelena. Like, just in
Yelena's,
case you're curious.
Yelena's gonna take all of that into account and is going to kind of say a warning as they're running that this one isn't real. She's gonna cast Major Image and create a second Tyrannosaurus Rex, slightly smaller because it fills a 20 by 20 cube that just bursts out beside us and then turns and faces the other Tyrannosaurus and roars.
The classic
my
T-Rex
God.
showdown.
Yeah.
Turf forward.
All right.
If I make it look like it has fleas.
I don't think that'll make it more intimidating.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
But it might give fleas to the other dinosaurs. Who knows?
That's what I was hoping for. No.
But with that T-Rex as a planted distraction, the very tiny, too intelligence-brained T-Rex has what sounds like a pretty heated combat with a thing it doesn't fully understand that it can't bring to harm.
So
At
the
least-
T-Rex is immortal.
Yeah, at least for a time period long enough that you can get a very safe distance away from it.
Finally,
T-Rex
our
no
battle
good.
will be legendary.
However, the thing that is most important is that this place isn't exactly easy to navigate, and you were fleeing more for interest of your lives than following a path. Let's get some survival checks, the classic either 2 or 1 at an advantage, to see how well you guys begin navigating your way back.
I believe in his ability to get us back.
All right,
I also believe.
24.
All right. Yelena is very good at navigating, and remembering a couple of landmarks, and more or less backtracking through a very noticeable group of footprints. You spend the better part of an hour hiking back to the fort, where you split off between the cactus jungle and the lagoon. And a great distance further down over what are some of the sweeping plains and tufts of jungle forestry, you can see on a high-rise hill the very unusual and unnatural wooden door that leads back into the lower levels of the Hall of Conjuration. I want just one more survival check. We're gonna make sure nothing else goes around.
19.
And nothing else will go around. Using your abilities, you make sure that the signs you identify of potential other threats in the area, you use to circumnavigate and bypass altogether, and eventually make your way back to the door with a frightened orcish child in tow. We sort of just turn around with this broad sweeping view of this unusual tropical blue, purple, red landscape filled with these enormous lizards. Before you put your hand on your hand on the doorknob and turn, and the blast of cold basement air washes over all of you, where Professor White is still sitting in the table, watching through the window as he turns to regard all of you coming in.
Xavier. Hi, we're back.
I'm pleased to see you've all survived. I wasn't
Yes,
sure how that was going to go there for a while.
The best news is that we did find Corvish.
Yes, I see
Corvish
the lad
touchdown.
is fine.
Sorry, I thought you could hear my kid. That's why I said Corvish touchdown. Thought it was funny. She goes, yes, thankfully he's unharmed. Probably scared, but we got what we need. We got him, and that's all we needed.
For the record, he is quiet, and he's currently hugging Hatner's waist, and his face is buried into the side of his Hatner's side.
Oh, he's adorable.
Yeah, like he's just not saying anything, and he's shaking, he's crying, and he's staring out with like one yellow orange eye at everybody.
Can she attempt to talk to him?
You certainly can.
Unless anybody else wants to do something.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, she'll approach him slowly because she doesn't want to freak him out. And she kneels down and she goes, "Hi, Corvish, right?"
Just to start it off, just make a charisma check for me.
Just
I want to see.
charisma?
I want to see what his general opinion of Estella is.
Just straight charisma.
Yeah, just straight charisma. Okay. So when you kneel down and you ask him, despite the fact that he's very clearly scared of pretty much everything that's going on, when you do this and you look at him, he just nods.
Oh, okay.
Like his one eye is, like the one eye that he has open that he's using to look at everyone. He continues to look at you, even though it's it's his cheek is streaked in tears and he's half between blubbering and keeping himself together.
Yeah. She says, it was a little scary in there, huh? You did great. How did you manage to stay hidden down here? Did you go to a lot of the rooms? Hide behind a lot of things?
He continues to shake his head.
Okay. Is there anywhere you're hurt? Are you okay?
1 second. He shakes his head again, this time a little slower. And he'll pull out his arm and roll up his sleeve, and you'll see he's just got numerous cuts along it. Probably running through, again, underbrush and trees. And then he'll pull up one of his pant legs, and he's got like a huge scrape on one of his knees.
Can I roll medicine to see if I can possibly patch him up a little bit?
Can you roll a kiss the boo-boo check? Yes, you can.
Yeah, okay. I have no faith, but here we go.
Wow.
Just kidding, I have all the faith.
Estella's mom ability, it starts to come out. And just through a little bit of tender loving care, you manage to patch up and tend to Corbish's various wounds and cuts and nicks and bruises.
There you go, much better, right?
He hasn't unburied most of his face from Hatner's side, but he's still watching you and he continues to nod.
Well, we're here to take you somewhere safe, okay? So there's no need to be afraid of us. We're all here to help you.
Just emphatic nodding.
She probably is gonna take out a bag of chicken chips. She's gonna say, "Are you hungry at all?"
The nods become far more frequent.
She offers him the bag.
He will reach out with both hands, and the first time he unattaches from Hatner since coming back, and will grab the bag and, like, by the handful, start stuffing them in his face.
If you need anything, don't be scared to talk to us. And if you don't feel comfortable, you can always tell Hatner or talk to me, okay?
He looks between Hatner and you for a moment. Watery eyes, scan over the rest of the group. And then he looks back at you and he gives you like one like very firm head nod. Just them.
She smiles at him and she says, "God." And then she gets up. He should be fine now. He just had a few cuts and bruises. Nothing I couldn't, patch up myself. And he looks like he was very hungry, so I think it's a good idea to get him to where we need to get him soon.
Cora's gonna try to also be friendly with Corbish.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna say, it's really, you gotta be really, really, something else to be in there for that long all on your own.
Core, I want the same thing from you as Estella. A basic charisma check.
Sure.
These are first impression checks.
Alright.
He finds you a little bit more intimidating, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, it's really funny.
But like holding the bag of chips, he repositions himself so he's between Hatner, like he puts Hatner and Estella between you and him.
Cora looks at him and says, "You find me scary or something?"
Slow nod of the head.
It's okay. Cora kind of pauses, remembering the incredible act of dinosaur violence he committed before he probably got bodied. So, this child is probably not used to seeing something getting disemboweled, let alone that much. So maybe he fixated on that. I don't know.
I mean, you did do that, yes.
Yeah, so Cora just says, "You don't have to be scared of me. I want to be your friend."
Yelena's gonna look to the what is his title? Like dean, professor?
Professor.
Professor. Thank you again
Yes?
for the help. How long were we in there?
He stops, pulls out the pocket watch from his coat pocket, regards it. It is now officially around 8 o'clock.
When did we go in?
Yeah.
I think
Opening
we're
up.
like in there for like less than an hour.
Opening up calendar. Admin switch calendars.
That's what he tells us. Like a full day has passed. 8 o'clock of the next morning. Haha.
You guys went in at 11 a.m.
It's been quite a couple hours. Holy cow.
Yelena kind of grits her teeth. I think we might have missed our meeting at the Octopush Arena. But it can't be helped.
Jeez.
When was the Octopush Arena?
6 hours ago.
Oh.
There was a meeting arranged to be around 1 p.m.
Well, making sure Corvish was safe is more important, although I don't know what we're gonna do about that. Do you think
Might
maybe
just have
there's
to-
a way to schedule?
We might just have to try and get in there ourselves.
I mean, it's not impossible, I don't believe.
I think I can do it.
Well, it was never about one person getting back in. If it was just one person getting in, I could easily do that. How I got in there in the first place.
Mhm.
You guys just want one person to break in? Well, then I can do that.
Yeah, but we need to stick together. This could be a. He just exhales. But I think he's gonna focus a little bit more on Corbish. Just try to be, he's here in front of us. He's what matters at the moment. We can plan in just a little bit, I think. But you guys can continue talking. I'll do this like whatever, I guess.
Well, we can take the time to get Corbish back to the orphanage, and then see about trying to break in tonight.
We definitely should head back to the orphanage to make sure Corbish is safe. As I said, he seems a little famished, probably tired, thirsty. I gave him something to munch on, but it's not exactly real food, is it?
Cor is going to ask Corbish, are you friends with Muriel?
He shakes his head no.
No. What about Patty?
Same reaction.
Well, they're friends with Hatner. And, they're a lot less scary than I am. You were able to really run for a while. If you keep that up, you're gonna be big and strong before you even know it. See, I bet you got more muscle on you than me. Cord tries to build up the child's confidence.
Make a persuasion check.
Alright. Child, you are the strongest there is. No one can defeat you. Oh man, it was bound to happen.
Ooh. Cora's just not as charismatic.
Cor just got flash bombed and is rolling bad at the moment. Well, you know what? It's an 11. 11 is still a pretty okay roll. I don't have any other inspiration, I think. I think I've used all three.
You did.
All right, that's all I got.
It doesn't look like you're going to be winning Corbish over. He stays distant from you for most of his time.
That's fine.
You do notice, given your engagement, that he does occasionally cast a really long stare over at Nero.
Oh. Hello.
Immediately hides himself when acknowledged.
I think. Yeah. I think Core will just gesture to Nero and be like, you know, I think this guy's more your type.
Oh. Okay. Corvish, right? Okay. Corvish is the one that wanted to grow up to be a knight and whatnot, like a big sword fighter boy.
He wanted to grow up. The short version is he wanted to grow up to be a hero. But he's a bit of a coward. But yeah, that was his dreams. When he was on the streets, he was in the 7th district, which is Seshok's district, the champion of the soldier. Where it is literally a lawless brawlers kind of city, where people can fight in the streets and there are no guards to stop any of it, because if you can't handle your own situation, what are you doing there? It is where Seshok's arena is, the proving grounds, where people from all around the world show up to test their strength and their mettle against Dead Company, Seshok's army, the immortal soldiers of Styphic. And Corbish lived in that district, on the streets, watching, the Dead Company soldiers at the proving grounds, wanting to grow up one day to be like one of them. Because they were everything he was not.
Say, do you want to hold the sword?
For the
I know
record,
you're probably not going to be able to lift it, but, yeah.
For the record, hilarious comment, because that blade is like more than the size of Corbish. But even though the offer is comical and most people in the room are probably going to be like, that's not a reasonable thing to suggest to a child. This is the first time you see Corbish, he actually, you see his eyes, light up, and he just nods, really energetic.
I set it down with a large thunk. It's heavy. Don't cut yourself. Can he lift it?
Yeah, but so yeah, you basically set it down, and you offer the handle side to him with the blade resting on the ground already, and you do one of those, you put it above his hands where he's put it out, and you're just gonna drop it. And I'm gonna see if he can actually support the weight. Oh, good for Corbish. Natural 17.
Yeah!
Yeah, like I said, it falls into his hands, and there's a moment where it pulls him down, and then he just and he's actually holding it up, and the blade isn't even completely resting on the ground anymore. He actually gets to lift it up right up to his shoulders, and he's just
oh,
his little arms are shaking, and he's holding it there, and then after a moment he drops it, and then it clatters to the ground.
I wasn't expecting that. Good job. Probably need to get you one smaller though. You shouldn't give a kid a sword. Right. What about a wooden one? Is that fine? Yeah, it's more agreeable.
Coming just flashbacks to the orphanage where you're like, do we give this little girl a knife? Yes?
Maybe?
I feel like we took a step back, offering a child a great sword, but you know what? That's for you guys to figure out.
Not
Nero, he's just full of bright ideas, man.
Yeah.
He knows how to. No, but that's sweet. That's incredibly sweet, but incredibly dangerous.
Yeah. If you want, once this stuff calms down, I could probably teach you some stuff. I mean, Pops taught me, and I like to think I'm semi-decent with a sword.
Now realizing a lot of people are staring at him, he goes back to being shy, but when Nero finishes, he sticks his head out from behind Hatner and he just kind of nods, agreeing to the idea.
Okay.
This is all very sweet, but can we get going? We should probably not remain here any longer than we need to.
Yeah, let's get out of here before your co-worker finds out we were playing with the giant lizards.
Oh, don't worry. He'll know either way.
Great.
It is merely something I will have to take care of. Paperwork. Either way, let us be on our way.
Have you ever considered just making a pen to, like, magic your paperwork?
Yes, but it's also more difficult to enchant a pen to be intelligent enough to write on its own. I have a pen that writes for me, but it requires me to be in the room so that way I may think what it is to write.
Huh. Neat.
Yes. Very neat. He's now standing at the door, like holding it open, just like very politely offering with a hand for all of you to exit, but it's also at the same time. You can see like the muscles in his face are a little bit tight, like, please get the hell out.
We did it.
This is Xavier, right?
Yep.
She smiles and said, "Thanks again. I'll see you next time."
Yes, of course, my dear.
Sorry for all the trouble, but again, thank you so much. And then she just waves as she walks out.
Mm-hmm. You were all escorted back up to the main level, taken through the fancy magical door that's lodged in a solid stone wall that vanishes once you have passed the room, and taken to the front steps of the Hall of Conjuration, where there are a couple of the Violet Sentries additional that have arrived. And when you all have come, you see that they beeline over to the professor and begin having a conversation with him. But you are outside and with a child.
Shall we head back to the cart? Assuming that it actually waited for us. I somewhat doubt it after all these hours.
Well, hopefully it's still there. If not, we can always call another one.
We had it for all day, so we'll see.
You'll head back to the cart. The carriage that was paid for in advance by Captain Smiles. You'll return to the location you left it at, and to your surprise, you'll see it's still there. And you'll notice that the coachman, is currently asleep on the bench of the carriage. He's just got his hat over his eyes, and he's just leaned back with his feet kicked up, and he's just like lightly snoring, just and just waiting. Who's gonna scare this poor man away?
I'll do it, but I'll do it gently.
Oh, okay.
Killing him softly.
Yes.
With this up.
She'll shake his shoulder.
Oh. Good evening.
Good evening. Sorry to have kept you waiting. We're ready.
Quite all right. My services were paid for, and I was merely waiting for your return. I'm glad to see you were all well, and with one in tow. My services will end officially at the last bell of the day. So we will hopefully be able to get you where you are going, which is
The orphanage, right?
I think it's better to drop Corbish off there before we go anywhere else.
Yes. The orphanage, please.
very good. Back to the Fate's Edge then.
Yes.
All right. Well, if all of you would be so kind as to get back into the carriage, and he'll climb down and straighten out his coat and his hat, and then open the door and help everyone in. You will begin the trip back to the Fate's Edge Orphanage, which by the time you get there, it is because again, let's see. Let's see how he does for traffic. All right, it's not great. It's not great. It takes the better part of 4 hours to get back.
Wow.
It's in the 1st district. You're coming from the 5th. And you roll up to gentle torchlight along the stone and wrought iron fence, and the driver will help offload all of you for the time being. And seemingly never asleep and always aware, the front door of the orphanage will open up and out comes Rain, with the maul slung over her shoulder.
Real quick, are we able to take a short rest along the way if we want to?
Yes.
I'm going to.
Good question. Yeah, you guys could have achieved a short rest during your carriage ride. For any of you that would like to roll hit dice.
I think I've got 2 left. Wow. Okay.
Nailed it.
2 left? I mean, we did just get a long rest before this, didn't we? Pretty recently?
No.
I mean,
yeah, well.
The previous
A few
day,
sessions
because you
ago.
made
Yeah.
you made breakfast, but
Yeah.
you still only
Few
get half
sessions
of
ago.
you still only get half of them back on a long rest.
Mhm.
I used 3
Yeah.
last time, so half of them would be 4. So that's okay.
I actually did not take much damage because of your temp HP that you gave me.
Hey,
You're welcome.
Oh, I didn't even subtract from my temp HP.
You know what? I had a D4 to all my con saves today, and I completely forgot.
oops.
Oh no.
That's fine. That's fine.
I don't think a 12 would have passed anyway.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. Nothing changes, it's all good.
All right, let me refund myself that HP. So I had 4 temporary hit points I had written down. I just didn't account for it.
Alright. No, it's gonna be
All right, I'm at full
13.
HP.
I am not.
Yelena will step out of the carriage. Wave at, you said it was Rain?
It is Rain. I was wondering when you guys would get back.
Rescuing Corbish ended up being a lot more involved than we expected it to be.
You all look terrible.
The jungle will do that to you.
You get a raised eyebrow.
Yelena just kind of gives this look of like she's kind of done with the idea of it.
We kept the rooms made up if you guys want to stay the night again.
Unfortunately, we weren't able to meet with the contact that you had set up for us.
Yeah, I heard. They were
I imagine that
they were none
weren't
too happy about it. Yeah. Rich folks are like that.
It was completely out of our hands. I don't know what you want us to do.
Nothing? I'm just telling you what the outcome was. I don't care. But, well, it looks like you at least saved one of the kids. Corbish is still hiding behind Hunter. Like, under his cloak. Skittish?
Yelena just nods.
Hmm. I'm definitely not the right person for that.
Well,
Let me
it's
go get Amy.
around.
Could you also bring him some food in the water?
Well, how about you guys come in from out of the cold? I feel like that seems like a more reasonable idea.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yelena kind of looks at the others. It's already around midnight. It's probably better if we just sleep and wake up early enough to head out. It's
I
going
agree.
to take us a few hours to get back.
It's up to you. I don't really feel that tired.
I think it's the better choice.
Haba and Estella looks both threw around quite a bit of magic today by the look of it.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
I can't fault you for it, but I feel pretty, I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me. I'll get over my feelings. I definitely think that, you know, if you need the rest, you need the rest. There's no sense in getting ourselves killed. I cannot believe that we lost 9 hours doing this.
Out of character, how long did it feel like we were in there for?
About 3 hours.
Okay.
A lot of hiking and exploration.
Yeah, Core feels like he hardly did anything. Which is why he really feels like it. I feel like I could absolutely keep going. Everyone else is like, rest. Core's like, rogue resources.
What resources? Nothing to track.
Nothing to track, nothing to use.
That's the point.
Nothing to track. Leave no tracks.
Scare the child.
Yulita will step in and make her way to the sitting room they've been kind of using over and over.
Yeah, the break room. Sometime during your entering and Rain leading you to the break room, Rain vanishes and Amethyst appears in her stead. Well, it's good to see you all again. You all look a little worse for wear. Do any of you need any medical attention or anything of the sort?
I got something I want to say about getting looked at, but I think I would need someone who needs magic for that. I think I'm fine.
I could use some.
Very well. How badly wounded are you?
I'm still technically bloodied.
Amethyst will take note of this. Roll that. Much better. She will tend to Nero's wounds, being very thorough, and with a 3rd level cure wounds, patch up most of your damage. She will heal you for 22 HP.
Oh, sick.
And she does it the whole time humming a song.
Should we take a look at that thing that you found, Core?
Yeah, I think I'd like to.
Oh.
Core will retrieve the item.
We will be bringing you food shortly, and drinks. Tea is all right with everybody?
Yes. thank
What
you.
time of day is it again?
It's midnight.
Midnight. Okay.
Hatner and Corbish will, after a little bit of introductions between Amethyst and Corbish, the three of them will leave the room. It sounds like they're going to get Corbish a place to stay. You are going to inspect your bowl.
Yes.
Investigation or Arcana check.
We're gonna go with Arcana, actually.
Okay.
Investigation's better, but I want to know what the actual properties of this thing are. Oh, how many nat ones are we gonna roll today?
Man, you have no idea. That sure darn be magic. The only observable thing you can notice, Core, about it, even just in casual experimentation, is that you cannot tip the water out of the bowl.
Alright. I think the only thing Core is going to do is, he's gonna try to find nobody. Or Smiles. The library might be a good bet.
A quick cursory search will turn up neither of them.
Okay.
But given the time of night, Rain returns with your plates of food, a rabbit stew, a couple hours old rolls, and a couple of rum-soaked cakes that are delicious. And then eventually you are reminded of the rooms that you've stayed in previously, that they've been made up for your stay. But any other greater things that you guys will want to do, we'll have to do next week, because we are pretty much at our time here. So with that being said, after trudging through a tropical, unusual landscape of brightly colored trees and even more brightly colored animals and lizards, of which it's not often you get to have a dinosaur adventure, you managed to find a lost orcish child Corbish, who was, despite all odds, surviving for however long he was trapped in there, with you arriving at the nick of time to preserve that precious life, saving him from a pack of hunting dinosaurs and eventually fleeing in the wake of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, eventually making it back to the orphanage safely, with where you know he's going to be kept safe. And you will plan your next moves for the next child soon. And that's where we're going to end today's session.
Woo!
Woo!
Thank you for running.
Thanks for running.
Thank you for playing. Any experience anybody wants to do? I'm going to tick off a goal immediately.
Yeah.
Corbish.
Because Corbish.
I want to take off a setback because, boy, does losing the entire day really suck.
Yeah, it did halt the narrative. You guys missed out on opportunities because of it. Yeah, that counts.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to do a bond for Corbish and Nero.
Mm-hmm. You guys got something going there.
Yep.
Estella also did good work.
Mm-hmm.
We got one big old Corbish bonding party. That sounds weird. I take that back.
We take it back.
Did it.
Dino Island is not a discovery as much as I would like it to be.
Nope.
We're like, we got to go back to Dino Island, guys.
Well, so in a weird way, it is, because while you might not ever go back to that, you do know it is based off of a real place.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes, it is very much a real life place. That is a magical recreation of it that a conjuration wizard's been working on.
Like
Okay.
50% sure we just like took the water source out of that pond that he had put there very carefully to make sure the fish could survive.
Or
Hey, screw that
maybe
fish.
he's a
It's dead
weird
now.
wizard serial killer and he throws people in there to see how long they survive. You don't know.
Oh.
You could be
That's
both.
Wow, I can't believe this is literally the plot of Predators.
I would love to go back to Dino Island at some point if we ever find a reason to.
Send you there so you can be hunted.
No, dude, that's where I'm gonna be getting my
Just
meat
you
supply from now.
specifically.
And that's my training grounds.
Oh man,
Uh,
is that our breakfast tomorrow? Like plesiosaur?
Plesiosaurus.
Yes.
I think that
you're
counts as a
having.
discovery. We know what Plesiosaurus tastes like that. I'm kidding.
I mean, I still think that the world does count as
Yeah, we can
a
give ourselves.
discovery.
I think a discovery is worthwhile.
Yeah, like I said, I'll push for a discovery on that. Like I said, it might not amount to anything right now, but it can definitely lead you guys back there eventually.
Mhm.
Because, you know, my Friday game actually just left there not that long ago.
Oh, interesting.
Yes,
They dropped
meeting
that
the
there.
indigenous people and all the indigenous creatures.
Yeah.
Of which,
One of each.
yes, one of each. Of which a couple of these things you'll appreciate. So I'll just show you guys some of the tokens.
Oh man.
Oh no, it's my friend Ankator. Why are you here?
The mints.
He's a CR-22.
Oh.
Which-
Which somebody yell at me and send me flying 30 feet back.
Yeah, they got hit by that, by the way. I nearly killed a PC with it. Because they were already running from it, and it was like, yeah, but I'm still interested in you. And it has a really big range, and they found out the hard way.
Put that
PTSD
Elder
from
Dragon
fighting
back
that
in
thing.
the shame corner.
He's not even
Um,
an Elder Dragon, dude. He's technically he's a flying wyvern.
he is, yeah. It's even in the book. I thought it was weird. And
Yeah.
here's another one that you guys will recognize.
Ah,
Oh,
Burial,
okay.
my boy.
CR
I honestly find him more
CR-15.
frustrating.
What are you doing in the jungle?
I have to head out.
Okay,
But
Sam.
thank you for
Have a good
running.
one.
See you, Sam.
It was
See ya.
fun hanging out with you guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, bye. Be good.
Bye.
Yeah, speaking of which, I mean, I was just showing off stuff I was doing in my other game. But yeah, they fought that. It's a CR-15 creature. And yeah, it was weirdly not in an appropriate biome, but they didn't know that. And
I mean,
it actually beat them up quite a bit. This fight was the fight that led into him. But they got warned about the big end coming from one of the local warriors.
Please tell me they're just the Palicos? The local
No, they aren't.
warriors?
No, the warriors are a completely different thing. They are a warrior tribe that wear masks that, based off of how many slash marks they have on them, is their rank.
Okay. I thought you were gonna say the Shakalakas.
Nope.
Like Cha-Cha and Kayamba.
Nope, I didn't know. I stopped at the monsters. You can.
Okay. I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I stopped only at the monsters. The warrior culture that lives on the island is a completely different thing.
Okay.
Granted, it is inspired by one of my favorite cultures from a fantasy series,
Mhm.
Stephen Erickson's the Malice and Book of the Fallen series,
Okay.
which I highly recommend if you have like 10 years of your life to dedicate to reading to a book.
Got it. I'll mark it down.
I'm only mildly exaggerating because it's a very big book series.
Okay.
It's
But
13
yeah.
books, and like
Ooh.
they start kind of shallow, like only a couple hundred, like 300 400 pages for the first like one, and then it doubles on the second one, and then it doesn't go below like 1200 near the end. they get really thick, really thick. Like the last book was so big, he actually had to cut it in half and publish it as 2 books.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but he is a phenomenal writer, and honestly, his writing style is how I write most of my stories. Of how everything tends to be interconnected. It's heavily inspired based off of how he does his writing. Anyway, I highly recommend Stephen Erickson. Wonderful, wonderful author. And any of the books or series involving the Malazan series is great. Recommend. But that's it from us today, Wednesday, Orphaned Honor. We're finished here. Tomorrow, I play in a game. Stars Are Waiting over on Crack DM at 4 p.m. PDT. I'm getting the daylight saving times thrown in this time. And I'm pretty sure that's still going on. And then Friday, my high-level campaign, Convergence. Friday nights, 7:30-ish. We might have one player down, but, you know, hectic work stuff. Hopefully that goes well for him. Otherwise, they're in the middle of one of my highest level areas, and they have, if you played Slay the Spire, they have a map based off of how the Slay the Spire maps work. And they get to choose their own paths and routes and decide what kind of encounters they get to face. Actually, here, I will show you. Trees are exploration challenges. Fiery evil faces or monsters. People are social encounters. Encounters with humanoids, I suppose, because it could either be social or, if it goes poorly, a combat encounter. And the campfires are long rest points, with eventually them reaching their final goal, which is one of the most dangerous high-level areas in my setting. So yeah, that's what they're working through right now currently, and it's going pretty well. It's pretty fun. They've gone through 2 skills, a skill challenge, and inadvertently a second skill challenge to avoid fighting ice elementals. They're on the left side. They're currently on the 3rd fiery boy, and that's what they're staring down at the start of next session. A tar monster living beneath a lake of ice.
Spooky.
Yeah, gonna be super good. But that's everything for content for this week. I'm slowly rolling out all of my new branding. That's kind of exciting for me, although I always hate myself and my own branding, as artists often do. But that'll get finished sometime soonish. As soon as I finish up and polish some more things. But yeah, everything's slowly getting rolled out. I'm working on emotes for the channel, and then bit badges at some point, but that's a lesser priority.
I can't believe the party is going to fight merit lag.
Yeah. Anyway, that's it. Thanks for watching. Thanks for playing. And as always, if you can't do anything, make good choices. Bye-bye.